I want to first and foremost welcome everybody to The Beast of Dunland. This is a one-shot for the One Ring. This is the first adventure from the Hands of the White Wizard campaign. This is all by Free League Publishing, and we are going to jump right into the action. So it starts out on the road. The road to Isengard winds through green and rolling lands, and long before the great ring of stone comes into view, you become aware of a strange stillness in the air. Not silence, but the sense that this place stands apart from the cares of lesser folk. The birds sing here without fear. The grass is deep and emerald bright beneath the sun. And then, at last, you behold Isengard. The ancient circle wall rises black and smooth from the earth, vast beyond the works of mortal kings, wrought in forgotten days by the men of Westernesse. Within that mighty ring stands Orthanc, dark and gleaming like a spear of polished stone thrust upward from the heart of the world. Its pinnacles catch the sunlight, yet no mark of age nor weather mars it. But you are not brought immediately before the great tower. Instead, servants in white and deep green lead you through gardens of rare beauty, long terraces filled with flowering trees, herbs of strange fragrance, and pools where silver fish drift beneath lilies. Bright banners stir in the warm breeze, and somewhere nearby water sings softly over stone. There, amidst the sunlight, stands Saruman the White. His robes shine brilliantly beneath the day's light, so white that they almost seem woven from the clouds themselves. Though tall and commanding, there is nothing harsh in his bearing. His dark eyes are keen, alive with intelligence, and when they settle upon each of you in turn, you each feel, if only for a fleeting instant, as though your every hidden grief, your every triumph, your every secret hope has been laid open before him. Yet there is no cruelty in that gaze. Rather, it is the look of a teacher, long patient with the follies of the world. Saruman greets each of you by name. In his voice there is strength and gentleness alike, deep and measured, carrying the weight of wisdom gathered over many lifetimes. My friends, welcome to Isengard. He speaks little at first, preferring instead to listen. He asks of distant lands and the roads traveled to reach this place, of troubles among the folk of Rohan, of whispers in Bree, of happenings in lonely villages, ruined watchtowers, and forgotten wilds. Nothing seems too small for his interest. And as the discussion unfolds, silent servants bring forth maps inked upon crackling parchment, ancient scrolls bound in fading leather, and trays laden with fine foods, smoked meats, sharp cheeses, fresh-baked bread, grapes heavy with sweetness, and dark red wines from southern vineyards far beyond the knowledge of most men. Saruman himself eats sparingly. At times he makes observations so perceptive they unsettle the heart. To one of you he quietly remarks upon the burden of an oath long carried. To another he speaks kindly of a fear never voiced aloud. To a third, perhaps, he mentions an old sorrow or hidden ambition as though discussing the weather. He's never accusing, he's never threatening, only understanding. At length, as the shadows slowly lengthen across the gardens, Saruman rises and folds his hands behind his back, and his expression grows grave. My new friends, you have doubtless heard the rumors of the ancient power, the Dark Lord Sauron, and the very name seems to dim the air. In ages past he was humbled by armies of Númenor, and conquered by an alliance of elves and men. Yet always he endured. Defeat drove him into shadow, but never into ruin. Now he has returned to Mordor, and there he gathers strength once more. Saruman walks slowly as he speaks, his white robes stirring softly among the flowers. The elder days are gone. The middle days are passing. A new age approaches swiftly, and whether it shall be an age of light or darkness rests upon a knife edge. He turns, and his gaze falls upon each of you. The enemy's designs are not yet complete. There remains a little time, precious time, before his doom is upon us. But time alone achieves nothing. We must prepare. You have courage. resourcefulness, wisdom enough to see what others overlook. Such qualities are rare. I would ask you to become my hands beyond these walls. Go where armies cannot. Learn what others fail to perceive. Strengthen those who may yet stand against the coming shadow. Know also this. Isengard shall remain open to you. Whenever your roads bring you near, you shall find welcome here. Lodgings in the captain's house have been prepared for your comfort, and my servants will provide what aid they may. But for now, the tower, and he gestures far above, where Orthanc looms against the sky like an ancient sentinel, its dark its dark windows revealing nothing. The tower is off limits. I have a task for you. Word has come to me that Crow Hall is troubled by a monster. Gorsad is chieftain there, a lord of the Dunlending people. He is known to me. When he was a young man, I fostered him here in Isengard. Go to him and give what aid you can against this creature or whatever else troubles his court. And Saruman also adds that it's high time that Gorsad's heir came to Isengard for a suitable education, just as Gorsad was tutored in the virtues of rhetoric, philosophy, and history, so should the next leader of Crow Hall. Little by little, generation by generation, they can be led into the light. So I'm just going to put a few names in chat. We're going to be traveling to Crow Hall. Gorsad is chieftain there. Saruman also entrusts us with a small silver box. And he hands it over to us. A gift, he says, for Gorsad. It's shut with a wax seal. You may do with it as you wish. You may hand it over freely, you may present it formally, or hold it back if Gorsad is uncooperative. One of Saruman's servants, a Dunlending boy, hurries over with a rolled-up map at a signal from the wizard. Saruman spreads the map out, and the wind instantly calms when he glares at the mountain. And he points at the location of Crow Hall. And I'm going to take us to a map here. So here's Isengard. And just on the other side of the mountains, there we see Crow Hall. He points at the location of Crow Hall, and he asks, before you go, do you have any questions for me?
Yes, Saruman. You mentioned a creature that was troubling the hall. Could you tell me more about what this creature may be?
It has not been seen directly, only the traces of its passage. It has slain some of Gorsad's guards and prowled outside the hall at night. The enemy has returned to Barad-dûr, and his power grows daily. All across the land, evil things are stirring.
Well, this sounds most concerning. Thank you, Master.
Yes, and give me a lore roll, Ferumbus. Or Ferumbris.
Certainly.
Nice, a great success. So seeing this Dunlending boy here, and if you're not super familiar with Middle-earth, the Dunlending people are kind of wild folk. They live in the lands near Rohan, and those two are frequently at war. And here you see a Dunlending boy, and that brings the map over. And also, Saruman mentioned that Gorsad, a Dunlending chieftain, when he was young, he was brought here to be tutored in rhetoric, philosophy, and history. And he hopes that Gorsad's heir will come here as well. You know that Saruman has been fostering Dunlendings in an effort to civilize them and to foster good relations. They may prove valuable should Sauron once again get a foothold in Middle-earth. And sensing that you detect this, or you correctly put together that he is making an effort to bring the Dunlendings forward, he leans in and says to you, you may ask why you should help Gorsad. He is one of the more tractable of the Dunlending chieftains, more amiable to the guiding hand of Isengard. If strengthened, he may prove useful.
Well, of course, I am not familiar with the lands south of the Shire, but I would do what I could to bring peace to these folks if I can help.
Well, I can tell you something of Crow Hall. It is an ancient fort. Its walls were first raised by men of Gondor, but it lay abandoned for centuries until the Dunlendings claimed it. It is named for the flocks of crows that nest nearby. My colleague Radagast says they are clever beasts. Some, it is said, speak a few words of the common tongue.
Well, I find birds and beasts interesting, but more my interest lies in the ancient ruins. I find them most fascinating, and I'm sure that a journey such as this will provide me with ample opportunity to study whatever it may be we encounter on these journeys.
Yes, indeed, it shall. Now, the day grows long. The journey will take you some time. I expect a week or more before you arrive in Crow Hall. There is a pressing matter. This beast that harries the hall. It grows more and more bold. I would see this taken care of. And with that, he dismisses you with a nod. Any last pressing questions for Saruman before we begin our journey? So our task is to go to Crow Hall, is to find out what's going on with this monster, to meet with Gorsod, and find out why they're being attacked, and see what sort of aid you can give. And then he also said it's high time that Gorsod's heir comes to Isengard. And we do have a gift that will hopefully buy us audience or the goodwill of Gorsod. We don't know how we will be received, but Saruman hopes that we will do our best. Let's go ahead and undertake the journey. So the way that a journey works in the One Ring is you have this map here that does not have any hexes that shows distance. I have a separate map that's the GM map, and we kind of plot a course on this map, and then I look at the GM map, and that will tell me, are there more difficult areas or easier areas, and wherever you tell me we're going is kind of the way we head there. We have a couple of options from Isengard. We can follow the Ison River down, take the old south road up, and then over to Crow Hall. We can also try and go over the mountain. That will shorten the journey or the distance, but the journey may prove very difficult because of the terrain. We can also kind of hug along the mountains and maybe avoid being waylaid by someone on the old south road. Do we have any preference or any alternates? Let's ask our ranger, Malvagil. As a well-traveled man, which way do you feel is best?
Algaville would be kind of weary of taking the southern road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but would also know that crossing through the mountains would be pretty dangerous, so would probably be more likely to do the hugging the mountains option, the middle one.
Yeah. Does anyone reject that counsel? Prefer another path?
No, Farumbus looks a little off-put, knowing he'll have to do some cross-country, but perhaps it will be good for him.
Yeah, there may be hills that poor Farumbus has to climb. So
Gale Balan is very, very happy with that plan, especially hugging the mountains and staying with the troop.
Yeah. Or is not afraid of the mountains, but can see why you're taking this path.
Yeah. So then I consult my map, and looking at my map, I count the number of hexes. I know how many days it's going to take us, and I know which ones will be more difficult terrain than others. Okay, so I know exactly how the journey's going to go. We're going to go to the journey screen. So the One Ring has many kind of game within a games, and journeys is one of those. Let me pull our tokens out. We need to choose a couple of roles of who wants to take certain roles. That's ROLES. We need someone that is our guide. This is someone who's going to make a travel roll to determine how far we go in our journey before we run into trouble. We also need a hunter who will hopefully get game for us. We need a lookout who looks out for danger, and a scout who scouts the road ahead. So looking at your skills, you can kind of decide what you might be best at, and go ahead and move your token over. You can just left-click it and drag it over to either guide, hunter, lookout, or scout, and we will have one of these will be duplicated, and that's okay. The ranger always makes a good hunter. Then Amelina, we can double one of these up. Are you better at travel, explore, awareness, or hunting?
Favorite in travel, so I suppose she would take that.
Yep, you are good at travel is probably going to be your best. So why don't you go with Gror? And then what I will do is I'm going to have one of our guides. We'll start with Gror. You're going to make a travel roll. Now, you can, if you want, you can spend hope to add a 6-sided die to this roll, or you can say, you know what, I'm pretty good. I think I'm going to succeed. And if you fail, we go 2 hexes, and I know secretly how many hexes it will take. We'll go 2 hexes before there's an event. And if you succeed, then we will go 3 hexes plus 1 for every 6 you get. And so, Gror, go ahead and give us that travel roll.
Okay.
A success. So you needed a 14 and you got a 14. So we go 3 hexes. And now I'm going to roll to see who our target is of this event. So it's a 6-sided die. That will be our scout. So this is going to be Ferumbras. Now, Ferumbras, you will make an explore roll, but let me determine what the event is. Now, we find ourselves in what's called dark lands here. And so dark lands are, I'm going to roll a 12-sided die twice, and I'm going to take the worst of those rolls. So we're going to take the 9, which is a shortcut. So if you succeed on this scouting roll, we will reduce the length of the journey by 1 day. And so I'm going to say that as we're trudging through these hills, as we're trudging through these hills, you're looking for the paths up ahead. Our guides are kind of following the weather, but you're looking like, is there tree fall? Is there a rock slide? Where are we going to be safe? And I think with this shortcut is you think you find a way that's going to reduce some time. The way we're going, it looks like there's some really thick brush and it might be difficult to get through. But if we climb just a little bit more, you see that there's a game trail. You think that game trail is going to be the best way to go. Well, it ends up not being a shortcut at all. In fact, the going gets very difficult. It must be mountain goats or such that use this trail, because it ends up being a little bit treacherous and we have to actually double back. And so for Umbris, that failure results in not reducing the journey at all. And for all of us, we're going to gain fatigue. And I'm going to keep track of the fatigue, and then at the end of the journey, we'll actually reduce that a little bit. What else happens for Umbris is as you are looking for this shortcut, you go up on ahead and you're scouting it out, and it's very treacherous. You look down and you see a farmhouse, and this farmhouse looks as though it doesn't look as though it looks like it's been raided. You see smoke rising from the house that's mostly burned out. The smell reaches you. It's the smell of smoke, not the welcoming scent of hearth fire or cooking meat, but the bitter stench of wet ash and burned timber carried upon the breeze. And below, nestled beside a small stream, lies the blackened ruin of a farmstead. What once had been a modest but sturdy home is now a skeleton of charred beams and collapsed thatch. The vegetable garden has been trampled into mud. A wagon lies overturned nearby, one wheel still slowly turning in the wind, with a faint wooden creak. No animals cry out, no voices answer, only crows, and several dark shapes hop and flutter among the ruins, tearing at what remains. Ferumbris, when you
Well,
see this, what's your response?
Yes, this is quite terrible. Ferumbris, not one for liking, or not one that likes to see carnage. He will go and get the ranger Malvagil and tell him there seems to be something terrible up ahead. Perhaps he should see it for himself.
Malvagil, have you been to these lands before? Are you
Normally, Malvagil spends most of his time further north of Bree.
I'm going to say that you are not a newcomer here, but you have only been this way one time before. And you recall a man named Sigulf. He was a very private man. And he was a Dunlanding, but he lived by himself. He didn't want to be with anyone else, just him and his wife and children. He had a small farm, some animals, and you knew that he was down at the bottom end of the Misty Mountains. You'd maybe met him once, or at least someone had pointed out his farm before. You think this might be Sigulf's farm, as Ferumbris points this out to you.
Okay. Then I'm obviously much more concerned about what's happened here, knowing the person that maybe lived here. And I want to look and see if I can find any signs of what happened, maybe who attacked or anything.
Give me a scan roll as you look over the ruins of this farm from this upper vantage. The bodies of Sigulf's household lie scattered about the yard. There's a man lying on his side near the doorway, a wood axe still clutched in his hand. From here you can see the red blood on the ground. His body is badly burned. There's a woman that lays beside the well, and another shape partially covered near the stable wall. Blood darkens the earth in great black patches, where summer flies now gather thickly. Nothing here suggests a fair fight. This was a slaughter, and this was Sigulf's farm. The Dunlanding had never been an easy man. He was suspicious of outsiders. He was sharp-tongued and slow to trust, but nevertheless he observed the old laws of hospitality. Travelers who came peaceably were given bread, water, and shelter from the rain, though perhaps not without complaint. Sigulf took no interest in the affairs of the wider world, preferring to tend his sheep and live a quiet life. The shutters that Sigulf once barred so carefully now hang broken from their hinges. The door is open, and before it yawns only darkness and the smell of smoke and death. And the wind stirs softly through the ruined farmstead, carrying ash across the yard like drifting gray snow. You don't see any sign of who did this. This looks recent, but you don't see any sign of men wandering off nearby. You'd have to get down close and look for footprints if you want to do that. But this looks like several people must have come in and done this, just judging by the carnage that you see.
Ferumbris, oh, sorry.
I was going to say, Calebulon goes up to Malgaville and whispers, "My heart is heavy by seeing this." And he starts to unsheath his blade, and he says, do you see anything else? Anything that might surprise us? Perhaps we can see the bodies. What did this? What manner of creature?
Yeah, do you go down?
I think is maybe a man of few words, but he kind of gives the idea that like he would like to go down there and kind of get a better look and see. But inside is kind of stewing because of that unfair fight, or the appearance of an unfair fight, and that something terrible has happened here.
Gror, give me a battle roll. You look at this, and this looks like it was nothing more than a slaughter. This doesn't look like it was a dispute. This looks like someone came here, murdered the family, probably took whatever belongings they had. You see pens where there would be sheep or pigs or goats. They're empty. There's nothing there.
Perhaps there are crows. Didn't we know? Don't some of the crows speak common around here?
Yeah, in fact, Saruman mentioned that some of the crows might be able to speak.
Perhaps if we sneak down and scout the area and see if these birds that are picking at what's left over here could tell us something.
You guys want to head down to the farm?
Kelbalon's all about that.
To get closer, at
sounds
least.
good.
As you get closer, the sound of the crows grows louder. You hear them calling as you near. And let me have Amelina, give me a hunting roll.
Yep.
Oh, so close. You see that there are tracks down here, heavily trampled tracks, suggesting that at least some of the flock were driven away. Looks like they were driven north. And for Rumbras, give me a healing roll if you want to go inspect the bodies. See if there's any left alive. Great success. Yeah, the bodies look like they have been pierced with blades. Looks like spear thrusts and sword thrusts. And then the man has been burned in the house. The woman by the well, she's not been burned, but you can see that the crows have begun to feast on her. The softer parts, her lips, her eyes, portions of her nose, they've all been pecked away and eaten.
This is definitely no good. For Umbris would see that these folks are properly cared for and buried. This is no way to lay at rest.
As you
Like to help out in paying respects to the dead as well.
yeah.
Yep.
Let's do what's called a skill endeavor to do this. This will be fun. Kind of show you one of the other little mini games in here. We'll call it Bury the Dead. This is a simple task, and we have plenty of time. So we need to get 3 successes, and we have 6 attempts at making skill rolls. So for Umbris, you had mentioned this idea. Choose a skill that you want to use. Tell me how you use that skill. We'll have you roll it, and we'll count successes and failures. If we can get at least 3 successes before we've used up all 6 attempts, we will succeed at burying the dead properly and respectfully.
Well, I'm not too familiar with the lore of these lands, but I'm sure I can recall a thing or two about Rohan and see in my memory what some of the funeral rites might be for these people.
Yeah. You want to make a lore roll?
Sure.
Oh, with a Gandalf rune, automatic success. You know that the people of Rohan, they bury their dead. The Dunlandings, you know that many of them are buried, but they prefer to have a rocky cairn laid over their bodies, not just buried in mounds like the royalty of Rohan. These are not people who burn their dead. In fact, burning the dead is said to be a desecration.
Well, I will, of course, relay this to my companions that that would be the proper way to bury them and that we would not want to burn them. That would be quite disrespectful.
I'm going to add a success. So we have 5 more attempts, and we need 2 more successes. Who else mentioned they were going to help for Umbris? Was that Kelbalon?
Yes.
What skill would you like to use? You could do athletics if you're gathering stones, or enhearten if you're trying to cheer up the party. This is pretty grim. Or
Yeah,
courtesy.
I think during this time, Kelbalon would try to essentially, rally the group, try to maybe remember them in their life, and look at all the things that they had in life, and speak good of them as we're collecting stones.
Yeah. Go ahead and make
So
a. Are you doing in Hearten or courtesy?
I'm gonna do in Hearten.
In Hearten. Okay, perfect.
Would the Mary distinctive feature
Yes.
be applicable here?
So if you
Okay.
spend a point of hope, you can click that box, and then you can click the inspired box. That will give you 2 extra 6-sided die on that.
Very cool. Very cool. Got to try out all the systems.
Right? Oh, and look at that. So you got an automatic success plus a 6. So that's 2 successes. So that's actually all of our successes that we need right there. So we get our 3 successes just with the 2 of you. As you do this thing, the mention of the beast that has beset Crow Hall comes back to you. But looking at these bodies, these were not torn apart by beasts. These were hacked to death by blades. And this wasn't the work of no beast. This was the work of men. After having buried the bodies, do you do anything else here at the farm or continue on your journey?
Well, it might be worth looking for perhaps tracks. Perhaps whoever did this is still nearby. This is certainly a horrible thing that has happened.
So we did find some tracks. It looks like livestock. The flock was taken up north. But if someone else wants to do a hunting roll, they can look again for any other clues amongst those. It's kind of a jumble of tracks here. Maybe you take a wider search and look around to see if there's any other tracks that you can spot. Malvagil, as our hunter, do you want to try a hunting roll?
Yeah, Malgaville's going to look around and see if we notice any tracks of other, give us a clue of what exactly we're following, or if anything else came in here.
Because you see tracks leading away, but so far you've not seen any tracks coming here.
Oh no!
Okay, so a double Eye of Sauron. So 2 things happen if that happens. One, that's a fail, but also we take a point of eye awareness. So this is going to play just a quick little audio thing. So our eye awareness is kind of a tally of how much the darkness is paying attention to what we're doing. And with that failure there, as you're looking around, the crows start to act very suspicious, as though they're watching intently. And it makes you a little uneasy. Now, that raises our eye awareness. Should that reach 18 during this session, then there will be what's called a hunt. And basically, I throw a bunch of monsters at you, or some sort of calamity befalls us. So we don't want that to get up to 18. That gets raised anytime something really bad happens, or anytime we roll an Eye of Sauron outside of combat. So you are unable to find any tracks. You don't know where these things came from that did this, unless they came and went in the same direction and they've just trod over all of their tracks. Anything else we want to do here, or press on?
Well, Melvagil had mentioned that the farmer here, Sigulf, had a family, but there was only the 2 bodies. Was there any evidence of the rest of his family, what might have been their fate?
Give me a riddle roll, if you would, for Umbris. A Gandalf rune, plus 2 6s. Extraordinary success. Okay. So there was a 3rd body that you find. This 3rd body looked like an older woman, probably one of their mothers, either Sigulf's or his wife's. But with that riddle roll, you determine a couple of things. Looking at all the information, you deduce that raiders came from Dunland, from north, and sacked the farmstead. Sigil's farm was isolated and only lightly defended, and hungry men do evil things. You also discover in the tracks leading away, where it looks like there's a flock, you can see kind of flattened marks where it looks like someone or something fell. There's places where someone stumbled, and you think perhaps a prisoner may have been taken from the farm. And with the extraordinary success, you happen to spot one more set of tracks. These are big and heavy and deep, a very large man, perhaps. And these go, rather than north along with the rest of these go up into those hills, up near where you were, taking that little shortcut.
Well, I will bring this to the attention of the rest of the group and point out that it looks like that perhaps there's a survivor that they took as prisoner, and it seems that someone may have survived this attack. Would be a truly terrible thing indeed. Perhaps one of the more skilled, perhaps the ranger or Amelina or someone might care to take a look at this and see what they think.
Amelina, do you want to take a look at that? You can make an insight roll.
Yeah.
With a success, looking at these heavy tracks, you notice a couple of things. The first 30 or 40 or so of these heavy prints look like a man's heavy boot, and very large. This must have been a very large and a very heavy man. And after about 30 or 40 steps, it looks as though the shape of the print changes from a boot to now maybe it's like there's something protruding from the front of the boot, and your eye sees that as a claw. And then you follow along, and those boot prints of the man, they vanish completely, but you find a heavy set of bear tracks.
As a Bjorning, she would feel, some familiarity in this transition of footprint, relaying that back to the group, maybe sprinkling in some knowledge of her homeland, of creatures and men that do this.
Absolutely. Now the question is, was the person that made these prints, was that part of this group that raided here? Or is this something completely different?
Well, perhaps we should follow them.
As a bear, leaves Malgaville somewhat hopeful that at least they didn't come down and scratch everything up, but...
Yeah, you didn't see any signs of, bite marks like from a bear or claw marks or anything like that. Did you also see no blood on this trail? So whomever or whatever this was doesn't seem to have been wounded.
Could have seen the attack happening.
Yeah. If we want to follow those tracks, we certainly could.
Does Amelina have a sense of what her fellow Bjornings are they prone to attacking innocent groups like this, or are they more lone types?
Yeah, Amelina would probably think back to the Bjornings she would know of would be more defensive when they would transition, protecting their homes and locations. Not normally as an aggressive manner. So this is something a little bit new to her, unless maybe some history would bear otherwise.
With that insight roll, you would be shocked if that bear was party to this, or was the cause of it. You think it might have been wrong place, wrong time, or could be completely unrelated. Perhaps they came on here just as we did, saw this, and left. We've also heard there is a beast that has ravaged Crow Hall. Could this be what the Dunlandings are speaking of?
I think Malgaville would like to defer to Amelina if she thinks it's a good idea to follow these tracks.
I mean, whoever was here would have maybe more insight or knowledge of what took place. Wrong place, wrong time, potentially, but there may have been other folk here that they witnessed. So she would think that this is a good lead to follow. Any sense of how recent the tracks were?
A scan roll would be appropriate here.
Yeah.
Another Gandalf rune. You guys are on fire. The tracks look to be a few days old. You see there is some leaf litter that has fallen in some of these tracks. These are likely not made within the last day, but probably within a couple of days. You estimate about the same time that this happened. The farmstead was raided. May have been concurrent or shortly before or after.
Yeah. We are about 2 or 3 days behind them, but
Kael'Balon looks at Amelina, and deep in thought from most of this, and he says, "Well, Master Saruman says that there is evil afoot. This is the evil that he speaks of. It would not do well to leave it alone in the world. I would say follow, but I refer to your judgment." And he kind of looks to the rest of everybody.
Well, and the tracks, they lead up towards the mountains?
Yes, up into rocky ground. In fact, looking at it, you don't know exactly how far you might be able to follow this. If it continues to climb, eventually it will be on bare rock, and it may be difficult to follow.
Well, I suppose no one knows the mountains like a dwarf. Gror, what do you make of this?
I think it would be a tough track, but I also think if we are able to get this Bjorning on our side, we might have a better one-up against whatever beast is there.
Yes, well said. I think that I would agree that we should follow these tracks.
If we've got someone that wants to follow, that's going to be a hunting roll. I'll let you guys decide who wants to make that. If someone wants to offer assistance, they can get a bonus die on that, or someone can also spend hope to aid a companion.
Would offer to make the hunting roll, but he seems to be having a terrible day today.
I don't know. We've had a bunch of Gandalf runes rolled.
I will give hope to whoever needs it.
I'll go for it with the hope if y'all want me to.
So you can, if you click on hunting, then select help from companion. Do you want to spend hope yourself?
Yeah, we better.
Okay.
Let me see.
What's your distinctive features? Is that honorable
just
and
a
tall?
moment. Yeah, will my height help me see it? Anything?
Yeah, I think your height will actually. You'll be able to get a little bit of a better vantage. Being higher up, maybe see over off into the distance, as you don't want to just follow the tracks right in front of you, but you're looking like, if I were this thing, where would I go? And you're looking ahead. So I think if you do spend hope yourself, you can make that inspired, and then you can also select the hope from a companion, and then whomever is donating that, go ahead and reduce your hope by 1. Nice. With a 26. with a success. So you didn't get any sixes, so it's not a great success or extraordinary success, but a success nonetheless. As you follow these tracks, you spend about half a day going up into the higher elevations. And at first, it's soil and leaves, and it's pretty easy to follow these bear tracks. And you see a few spots where it looks like trees have been scratched recently. Great claws have ripped bark off of some of the trees. You see a few areas where trees have been knocked over, as though whomever came through here came through in a hurry or in a fury. And then you reach a spot where the soil gives way to a lot of bare rock, and the going is very slow. But you do manage to track it for a good 2 miles or so before finally you reach a point where you don't know where to go ahead. It looks like whatever this was must have done some leaping, clambering up rocky surfaces that you struggle to navigate even with your height. Whatever this thing was very strong and has eluded even your great hunting skill. But you definitely come away thinking that whatever this was, it seemed very irritated or angry, or perhaps wounded, but although there's no blood.
Further into the mountains, kind of to the east.
Yeah.
Not towards Crow Tower.
Yeah, let me go back to our map. So it looks like those... so the farm is right here. This is the farm. And it looks like the tracks go kind of up into these higher mountains up in here versus following along kind of the same path you're following up towards Crow Hall. This thing was heading up into the hills.
Tell the group that simply can't follow anymore, but Amelina, do you know anything of the prowess of your people to scale mountains like this?
Melina would have no history of that. Generally, we've stuck to the eastern side of the Misty Mountains, never braving to scale them to this height.
Yeah, you think if this was a Beorning, they must have been either angry, frightened, or foolhardy to attempt these climbs.
I have a spyglass that I carry. Perhaps I could scan and see if I could pick up any tracks of it again.
Yeah, give me a scan roll. You can add a bonus die with that spyglass.
Okay, I'm also going to spend a point of hope.
Okay, what are your distinctive features? Is there something there that you might be able to be inspired by?
I'm proud. Or, I have a lot of pride in my my ability to track, and I carry this spyglass.
Yeah, you're not ready to give up. I like that. You can be inspired.
Right.
Goodness gracious.
It's a lot of dice. Great success. So the Eye of Sauron doesn't count because you were favored in that, so we drop the Eye of Sauron so we don't raise the eye awareness. Yes, with a great success, off in the distance, maybe 3 miles away, you see a dark brown shape. And it's moving. It's up above you, maybe 200 or 300 yards in elevation, but about 2 or 3 miles distant. And you see it moving around the rocks, and it stops and stands on its hind legs and looks at you. It looks like a great bear. It looks as though it's looking at you, sniffing the wind, falling back on its haunches, and scrambling towards the north. You think you've spotted it.
And I'm going to tell the party it point towards it and say it's running away. We could perhaps try and catch up to it.
If we want to do that, it'll be another skill endeavor. Because this is kind of a difficult thing to track this. We know where it is, but to get up there and to follow may prove difficult. Do we want to give it a chase?
I mean, Emelina would absolutely, especially being told that a sighting of another Bjorning in these parts, she would be interested in catching them if possible.
Yeah, Kalebalon will follow.
This will be a
Yes, a giant bear, you say. Well, perhaps we could approach it, but still keep our distance. After all, this fellow may be not willing to talk. We never know.
I'm going to make this a laborious task, and we do have enough time. We're not pressing for time, at least until it gets dark. So we need to get 6 successes, and we have 5 attempts. So I'll let you look at your skills. I think like a hunting skill, riddle skill, maybe even battle skill. Any of these can be useful. Athletics for sure. Enhearten to try and, come on, Hobbit, let's go. Might be useful to keep people on task. Scanning will be good. Any of these things will come in handy. So who wants to take the first roll?
I do have my spyglass.
Yep, that'll give you a bonus.
Scan for it.
On scan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna spend another point of hope too.
And nice. So that's 1 success. Excellent. So we have 4 more attempts. We need 5 successes.
Emelina would like to probably do an athletics check, starting to kind of scale up into the higher rocks, trying to pick a path for us to follow there.
Absolutely.
I will spend a point of hope. I don't know, would Tall help me here?
Yep, Tall will come into play here.
Awesome. So I am hope point and inspired.
Oh, that's 2 successes for Emelina. So that's how we make up the difference between we only have 4 attempts and need 5 more successes. So now we have 3 successes. We need 3 more, and we have 3 more attempts. So we're getting close. You're finding the paths that even the short-legged dwarf and hobbit can follow.
I think I'll take a whack at it. So Kalebalon, being his background being a captain, he's essentially going to, as we start approaching and as we start to see that gap start to close, he's going to start saying, "Fan out, go around the sides, don't let it catch you." And he starts to get really excited and he slips into Elvish. So he's trying to use his knowledge of battle to prepare just in case for the worst here.
Now, you also have another thing you can do. You have one of your cultural blessing is Elven Wise. And if you spend a point of hope, you can get a magical success. That's an automatic success. So you know it's going to succeed. You'll still roll the 6-sided die, so you may get additional successes, but you will for sure get at least 1 success. Now, when you do that, the eye awareness goes up because the magical success becomes apparent to all of us. Like, oh, he just did something magical. Like Gandalf towering over Bilbo saying, "Bilbo Baggins." And, for Bilbo, everything goes dark and Gandalf looks huge. Something will happen that, maybe the crows will notice, so our eye awareness will go up by 1. That's the downside. But the plus side is you will automatically succeed if you want to do that.
You know what? I think actually I'm going to save the magical success.
Okay.
Because I feel pretty good about that. And
you got a lot of battle dice for sure.
Yeah. And I'll take a roll here.
Oh, so there's 3 successes right there. Nice. So that is our 6 successes, and we got it in 3 attempts. Okay, I was not planning on you guys catching up with this person, not here anyway, but we're gonna do it. So when I ran this in the campaign, this happened after they had gone to Crow Hall. So as you get closer, Kalebalon, you've got everybody fanned out, and this bear, you see it go into a little draw with there's some tall stones on either side. You see it scrabble in there, and you think there's no way out. He's going to be trapped. And it takes you about 10 minutes to get to that spot, and when you get close, you see a man that crouches among the stones like a wounded animal. At first glance, he scarcely looks human. He's filthy, hollow-eyed, wrapped in a torn wool cloak, stiff with mud and old blood. His beard hangs in tangled knots, and his hands tremble constantly, clutching at the air as though still reaching for something lost. Crows circle overhead, and as you approach, he startles violently and scrambles back against the rocks. No, no more crows! Keep them back! His eyes dart wildly from face to face before settling at last upon Kelbalon. And recognition flickers there, not of who you are, but of what you are not. Not raiders, not enemies. And slowly and painfully the words begin to spill out of him. Sigulf! Good man! Sigulf was. A hard man, aye, but good. He fed folk when winter bit deep, shared bread when there were none that would. He gave me work, kept me alive. I watched his sheep in the high pastures. That was my place. And he stares down at his shaking hands. They came from Dunland, lean men, hungry men, like wolves come down from the hills. And he glances toward the horizon as though expecting to see them still. Too many, spears and axes, crow feathers in their hair. And at the mention of feathers his breathing quickens. A young one led them, black hair, crow feathers woven through it, eyes like iron. And he clenches his jaw. At first they only wanted sheep. Sigulf would have yielded some, better sheep than blood. But then he saw her, Gleodwyn. Let me type that out. Gleodwyn. Then he saw her, Gleodwyn, and the name is spoken softly, almost reverently. Sigulf's daughter came from the house, and the crow man looked upon her, and that was the end of peace. And the man shuts his eyes as though trying not to see the memory. Sigulf stood in the doorway, axe in hand, and he gestures weakly toward an invisible threshold. Wouldn't let them take her. He wouldn't bend. He fought. The crow man killed him there, on his own doorstep. I was in the hills, coming down as fast as I could. I came back too late, and his hands begin to tremble harder now. The house burning, bodies in the yard, crows everywhere. Always crows, always watching. They took Gleodwyn, took the sheep too, headed north. Suddenly he looks up sharply, wild purpose blazing through the madness. I followed them. Days, maybe longer. I didn't sleep much, I didn't eat, and he taps the side of his head frantically. I lost their trail in the hills, stones and rain washed it away. But the crows knew. They flew north, so I followed them. To Crow Hall. The crow-haired bastard is there, I know it. I'll cut his throat, I'll split him open. I'll bring Gleodwyn home. And then he wraps his arms around his knees and just begins to rock back and forth.
Kelbalon takes out the wine that he has been carrying, and he kneels with that kind of that elven sorrowful look, and he says, "Friend, please take a moment." And he gestures to him.
Give me an Enhearten roll, and you can add a bonus die for the wine and a bonus die for the moment.
Oh, okay. Bonus die for 2 bonus die.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And I will.
Oh, nice. Great success.
Very cool.
He takes the wine and drinks it like a starving man might eat bread, hoping that this will somehow numb the pain. And he looks up at you for a moment, and he mutters a name. Seppa. Seppa, they call me. And it's S-C-E-P-A.
Seppa. And Kelbalon puts his hand out to try to pull Seppa up, in a kind of gesture of you're safe with us, you're welcome with us.
As you pull him up, you sense the power in this man. He looks bedraggled. He's dirty. His beard is dirty. His hair is dirty. His body is dirty. but you sense the power in those hands, in those arms. This must have been that bear that you saw.
I think Kelbalon would look past to the group and say, "I believe we found him."
He looks at Amelina, and there's a look of recognition. Now, Amelina, you don't know this person, but you recognize one of your people. And he looks at you, and a look of almost relief floods over him. Bear daughter, why have I come to this?
I do not know, my friend.
Will you help me free Gleadwin from the clutches of that foul crow warrior?
Of course.
Good. Good. We hunt now. And he gathers up a few belongings that he has here in this little area, as though he's stayed here, perhaps watching the road, looking for those raiders. He's got a pouch that he slings over his shoulder and a walking staff. And he's got his boots that are tattered and torn from scrabbling over the rocks. He kept them, looks like he's been eating them. There's a few pieces that have bite marks on them, as though he's been gnawing at his boots for sustenance.
Would we know if Seppa was not favored, but he was like accepted within Crow Hall and the Dunlanders? Is that
Give me an insight roll and add a bonus die to that.
okay? Insight.
Nice. You're pretty sure he would not be well received in Crow Hall.
Okay. Kelbalon looks at Amelina and gives her a look of like, do we bring this guy?
Yeah. Is there any signs of his transformation, or is he kind of fully in human form at this point?
He looks like a very hairy man. He still has a lot of hair on his chest and back and legs, more than you would expect a normal person to have, as though he is maybe caught somewhere in between. He can't quite fully get back to that man. Maybe his savage side has really been unlocked here, and he can't. This may be as far as he can go at present.
Yeah.
And he acts almost like an animal. He's very, he's hunched over when he walks, looking around, eyes darting, sniffing the air. I mean, definitely not acting like someone who would be welcome inside of a chieftain's hall.
Amelina may look at Seppa, and Seppa, there. We share a common goal here. We have been sent along a similar path, but there may be moments up ahead that would be better suited for us to handle.
Give me a roll. I'm going to let you decide. It can either be a courtesy roll or a persuade roll. I'm going to let you add a bonus die to this. Now, both of those you have no skill in.
Yeah.
But your target number for heart is 1 point lower than wits, so courtesy might be better. If you spend hope, you can use your stern feature as you're telling him, look, I'm telling you, you can't go there. I know you want to. I'll go in your place.
Sorry, which one? Can I add the stern?
So if you spend hope, you can become inspired.
Oh, got it. Yeah. If I spend hope, got it. Yeah. Thinking back, I should have been more forceful in my approach to him. But yes, well, I will make.
You know he's hurting, so I think you're being gentle, but yet still stern.
Yep. So I will make a courtesy roll, adding my stern and hope there.
Yep. So add a
Here it
hope,
comes.
make it inspired, and then you can add. So you can actually add an extra die. You won't need it. You got it.
Oh.
Nice. You got
Okay.
it. So he looks at you and says, "Yes, I understand. It is probably best I do not go in that hall. They would kill me, but I would take out many of them before it came to that. I will be your eyes in the hills as we draw near, lest they have hunters or the like. I would not see you walk into a trap."
Emelina has with her a piece of her equipment was a whistle. She would like to grant that to Seppa as a way of communicating or alerting us to his location as we would get
Excellent.
separated at times. She would play a quick little, tune on it to show him how it works.
Sounds like a bird call. He nods his
Right.
head. And he practices a few times till he's got it down. And he says, if there is danger, I will make the call. If there is danger to me, I will make it twice. If danger to you, I'll make it once.
Excellent.
Yes, and Master Seppa, when you turn into, and Ferambus will make motions like a bear.
Hold your arms up.
You can recognize friend from foe. Yes, I just want to make sure that we're not caught unawares, that is.
My dear friend, if it comes to that, your best and safest place would be behind Amelina.
Ah, yes, very good. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you, good sir.
And should something befall you when I am indulged in my savage side, I beg your pardon and forgiveness. It was not me that did it, but my rage.
Certainly. Well, fare thee well, good friend.
Yes. And he will follow us along our course, but he'll be up in the mountains, and periodically you'll see him as he comes down and keeps an eye on us. And at night, he sits away from our campfire up in the hills, watching over the road and watching over the lands as we continue our journey. And with that, I think it's time to go back to our journey. So we need another travel roll. Amelina, I think it's your turn. You can do a travel roll for us.
Yep. Travel. Here we go.
We need to make it 4 more hexes. And so we make it 2 before there's an event. So let me roll to see who the target is. Target is our scout, so it's going to be Ferambus. So this will be an explore roll, but let me see what the event will be. We're going to take the worst of those. It went from a joyful sight to a terrible misfortune. If you fail this roll, Ferambus, you will become wounded, and everyone's going to take 3 fatigue from this. So I think as you're scouting up ahead, I think the day turns wet, and there's a lot of rainfall. The rocks are slick here in the hills, and you're mindful of rock slides. And if you fail on this, that's going to be what happens, is a rock slide comes down. Well, actually, whether you pass or fail, a rock slide will happen. If you fail, you get caught in it and will be wounded. If not, either way, the fatigue comes in from people having to move rocks, and otherwise you take a further course around the rock slide. So for Umbris, this will be an explore roll. Ooh, thank goodness. Okay, not wounded. Excellent. So a rock slide comes down, and you see Seppa. He is safe from the slide, and you see him scrabble up higher to get around the slide rather than coming down. And the rest of you, it just takes longer to get around, and the going is rough, and every now and then you've got to move a few rocks out of your path And that's where the extra fatigue will come in. We need one more travel roll to get us there. Gror, I think it's your turn.
Okay.
Oh, and a Gandalf rune plus a success. Great success on the travel. We arrive, and with no other events. So let me take us to Crow Hall. Activate this. And got some sounds here. All right, Crow Hall. Even in its diminished state, Crow Hall is still a fortress worthy of note. Men of the South Kingdom built it as an outpost to watch over the road more than 2,000 years ago. The roof is mostly thatched, the windows bricked up, and parts have crumbled. A palisade of sharpened stakes guards the outer ring of the fort. Crows perch there, picking at the carcasses of enemies impaled on those stakes. Thousands of more crows roost next in the gloomy pines around the fort. You could not sneak up on Crow Hall unannounced, for the birds start cawing and croaking as soon as they see you. Within the palisade is a small village of huts and animal pens for pigs, chickens, and other farm animals. Some of the pens are empty, but you see one of them is filled with sheep. Dunlanding warriors come out to challenge. This body of guards is led by a man named Dunrock, and he demands to know your business. And let me put his name in, and I have a picture of Dunrock. Let me grab that real quick. These are taken from the book, kind of a terrible scan, but you get an idea of what he looks like here. This man comes out. What is your business in Crow Hall? Strangers are not welcome here, especially unannounced.
Gror will step forward and say, we come from Isengard. We understand you have a problem with a beast.
From Isengard. From the wizard. We need no counsel from the wizard. But my master, Gorsad, he would wish to speak with you, for these are fell times. Have you brought something for my master?
Yes, we have a small gift of fellowship to your master.
May I see this gift?
Keobalon puts his hand out and says, "That is between us and your master. You are not to be involved in this."
Dunrock looks very sour at that sound. Would you let someone come unbidden to your master bearing poison or some other trap? I don't think so. I'm doing my job.
Keobalon, hearing that a little bit, tries to soften, and he says, "Friend, it is not like that. You know your friend, your master, Gorsad, and you understand that his relationship with Saruman. Would we speak ill? Let him decide."
Give me a courtesy roll.
Excellent. And I give him wine. No, I'm just kidding.
Wine just makes everything favored.
I know, right? Yes. Can I lean into the merry distinctive feature? Or...
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're giving him
Okay.
wine. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Inspired. Okay.
Ooh, a success.
Ooh.
Is very well. You may come in. And we are led inside Crow Hall. Now, when we arrive, we are sat before a great hearth, and there, just to the left of the hearth right here, we see a rather large warrior-looking fellow. He has seen many years. It is clear he's seen his age. And he rises up from his chair to meet you. And you notice that some of the other warriors in here, they glare a little bit as you come down. Dunrock announces you as friends of Saruman. And then he sits with his warriors and begins to mutter. Well, Gorsod, when he gets up, you notice he winces somewhat and grimaces, and then he bows and greets you. He says, Elin Sila Lumen Omentielvo. And Kael'Balan, you would recognize that as Quenya, which is like the old formal form of Elvish. It's a greeting that basically says welcome in a rather long and laborious way. And for Rumbris, give me a scan roll. Excellent. You look around the hall, and this is a dark place, and it's a little cold in here. There's no meat cooking over the fire. There's no mead. There's no hospitality at all. And many of the men in here look a little bit frightened. Now, we're going to have a council with Gorsod. A council is another kind of a mini game within the game. Let me set up a council for us here. So in fact, I've got a little helpful thing here about councils. This will show all the steps and all the rules. The first thing we have to do, I have to set the resistance for how difficult Gorsod might be to do this. Now, you have declared yourself as emissaries of Saruman, so that makes the resistance reasonable. So like a skill endeavor, you need fewer successes. But now the first thing we have to do is an introduction. And someone will make a roll as you introduce the party. This is either going to be an awe, courtesy, or riddle roll. You can also potentially use another skill if you can come up with something that sounds like it would be reasonable. And then the number of attempts we get is based on this introduction. If you fail, we get 3 attempts to convince Gorsod to counsel with us. And if we don't make it those 3 attempts, if we don't get our successes, then this will end in a disaster. But if we do get a success on this first introduction roll, we'll get 4 attempts plus 1 for every 6. And then disaster is off the table. It'll basically be like we either pass or we fail, but it's not disastrous, or we succeed with woe, which means, yeah, we pass, but there's a consequence. So we need someone to be our spokesperson. Who wants to make that introduction with Gorsod?
Well, I think that Ferumbras would be quick to introduce himself, as he sees that as the best way to lighten the mood.
Yeah. So, Ferumbras, what skill do you want to use here?
Well, he will approach the king and bow low. Greetings, Gorsod, Crow Lord, King of Dunland. I am Ferumbras of the Shire. I am but a servant in your halls, a humble servant, might I add, and I come bearing gifts from the wise wizard Saruman.
At the mention of gift, his eyes perk up, and Dunrock nods his head. Does someone present that gift?
Gror will present that gift.
As you hold it out, Gorsod waves a finger at Dunrock, and he goes over and takes the gift. And he shows it to Gorsod, and then takes it over to a table where he opens it.
Your liege, I might add that it is for your eyes only. He should not open that, for you know wizards and their ways are very mysterious, and who knows what magic spells might be placed on that box. I would only see that you open it. It was very strict. Saruman instructed us that it is for you only.
Ferumbras, give me your introduction roll. Are you doing awe, courtesy, or riddle?
Could I do riddle as I try to make it seem mysterious about this gift, that perhaps it is only for the king?
Yes. Now, you will get a bonus die because of the gift. He is more likely to want to entreat with you. However, if you do a riddle or courtesy roll, these are warriors. They're not scientists. They're not thinkers. And if you try to, show him, your good manner of speaking, or try to be flowery in language, that doesn't land quite so well. So you're going to lose one die for that. So the gift and the use of a riddle will balance out. So you'll just make a straight riddle roll. Now you can spend hope on this, or if you have any items, narrowly a success. So that's going to be 4 attempts. So let me put this in here. And put 1. Okay, so we get 4 attempts. We need 3 successes. Now, also, because you succeeded on that, Dunrock does not open the box. And he sets it on the table and stands near it, but he does not open it. So he does give you that win there. Now, we need others to make arguments for us, to both butter up Gorsad, kind of tell him why we're here. These are going to be roles like courtesy, riddle, song, enhearten, insight. This sort of person might also be an awe roll might go over well with a warrior type, or a battle roll if you describe the battles you've been in and show that you are a warrior of great skill and prowess. Maybe that's the way to win him over. Who wants to go first? We need 3 successes. We get 4 attempts.
Very quickly, when he winces, can I make a
make a healing roll?
I was gonna say I want to make a healing roll to see what type of wound.
Yep, absolutely.
Be.
You're not sure, but it looks like he wasn't wincing until he stood up, and you think it could be his back, it could be his leg. Looking at him, you see one leg looks a little bit larger than the other, like maybe it's inflamed or irritated. One of his large boots seems to be rather enlarged, as though his foot is swollen.
Okay.
Who wants to make the first skill roll in the council? And what would you? And if you tell me kind of what you say, and if it's really good, I'll give you bonus die.
Working. I'll start by presenting ourselves through a song of a proud song of the dwarves of Durin's folk. It's a song I happen to have on the sheet music too on me.
Oh, excellent.
And it is a song of our pride to try and overcome Doran's bane.
Ooh.
In the mountains of Moria.
Yeah, in these very
Mines
mountains.
of Moria.
Yep, the very mountains here at the southern end of the Misty Mountains. So you'll get add a bonus die for the song, and then add an extra bonus die because he knows the tales of the dwarves, and he appreciates this in 2 ways. 1, the prowess of the dwarves, and 2, having lost their homeland, as though being having their home taken from them by a great beast. So you'll add a bonus die for the sheet music and a bonus die because this is something that resonates with him.
Do I also get a bonus die for my distinctive feature as well for pride?
Are you spending hope?
Yeah, I'll spend hope.
Yep, then you can become inspired as well, so that will give you a whole bunch of bonus die. You may knock out this skill endeavor in one fell swoop here.
Okay.
Nope, you got 1 success. That's okay. We'll take it. So there's 1 success. All right, we get 3 more attempts. We need 2 more successes. He claps his hands at the end of the song. Oh, very good, very good. This hall used to be a place of great song and singing, but sad are the days of late. Who goes next?
Keblan, when he says sad of the days of late, he says, "But you are warriors, are you not? You are the greatest of the great. You are the strongest. We are here only to bolster your ranks." And he's going to make an unheartened roll.
Ooh, nice. And add a bonus die for that, too.
A bonus. Very good.
There's one more success. We need one more success, and we get 2 attempts to do it. And he says, we are beset by a beast. The beast first attacked some months ago during the winter. It attacked sheep in the high hills, and shepherds fled from it. They said it was a fearsome monster, skull-faced and white. Several weeks passed before it struck again, once more, devouring sheep. It is getting bold of late. But I have said enough. Tell me more of you. And he looks at Amelina with a look of curiosity. He looks at Malvagil as well, as though, are you two the warriors? Why have you not spoken up?
Melina would step forward, kind of pounding her fist to her kind of fur cloak. Nobody knows beasts like Bjornings.
Ooh.
We have tracked some distance to be here. We have seen the slaughter that has taken place. This is a task that we can assist with. And she would like to make an awe roll.
Yes, and add a bonus die for that.
Perfect.
Oh, a Gandalf rune is an automatic success.
Nice.
So that will be our successes that we need. We succeed in our council. We take us back to inside Crow Hall. And he says, I have not told you the entire story. The beast attacked again, this time closer to the hall. The crows raised the alarm, and Dunrock and my son, Tuirlus, were able to drive it away, but it fled before they could slay it. The next attack was more worrisome. This time, it somehow crept into the inner palisade without being seen, and prowled around the outside of the fort. My son, Tuirlus, led a band of warriors out to hunt the monster, but they lost the trail in the mountains. Tuirlus is still out adventuring. I hope he will return soon. For now, our people hide here in Crow Hall for protection. The beast has returned twice since then, and each time, these damnable crows remain silent, providing no warning. If I were healthier, maybe I could have fought the beast, but given my present infirmity, and he looks down at his right foot, I have been advised that it would be better to wait for Tuirlus to return. My friends, you must have questions for me. Please ask.
Keblan looks to Gorsad, and upon hearing that the crows had gone silent. When did these crows go silent? What caused them to speak not after such time?
These crows are Cribane. They were here long before any men walked these lands. They have their own secrets, their own wisdom, that they rarely share. Dunwalla, she knows most about them. Dunwalla, come here. And a figure steps in. Post a picture of her. She comes in and stands next to Dunrock. And as she comes in, the crows go silent. And she says, "These crows are wise. I fear they have been ensorcelled by someone or something. Perhaps Isengard. Perhaps someone wants us to fail so that the Strawheads can take over, the men of Rohan.
Well, I can assure you that Saruman only has the best of intents. He is quite fond of this kingdom, and I'm sure that he would only wish for its success. Speaking of which, we came bearing a gift. Perhaps now that we've exchanged words and tales, it's time for the king, to your lordship, to receive this gift.
Dunrock picks up the box, and he looks at his sister for a moment. And then he opens the box, and as he turns, he doesn't turn towards you to walk towards Dunrock. He turns his back to you and then goes towards Gorsad. He turns his back to you and then moves towards Gorsad. And for Umbris, give me a scan roll. And you can add a bonus die to this. Ooh, an Eye of Sauron. That will raise the eye awareness.
No, my eye was more focused on that pot of stew that's cooking. Most interesting. I wouldn't mind getting more familiar with that stew pot.
Yeah, as he turns, he hands the box to Gorsad, but his right hand he's holding down at his side, and he hands the box over with his left. And as he hands it to Gorsad, Gorsad opens it, and you see him kind of rooting through the box. There's coins. Oh, it's a pity. I was hoping for something more. I suffer from some infirmity of the joints. Troubles me greatly, especially at night, and sometimes the pain of it, well, it's all I can bear. It's one thing for a chieftain to be less than whole of body. Look at Ivok, son of Imlar, who has not walked since he was 7 years old, but still strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies. But it's something else entirely when a chieftain loses his strength, and you see his head bow down, as though he is upset that there was no remedy in that box. My son, he's away hunting. He's been gone a long time. Sometimes he goes down to the lands of the Forgoil, the men of Rohan, steals from them. Dunwalla says he'll come back soon, and we eagerly await that day. And Dunwalla nods her head. Then Gorsad leans in and says, when other foes come to the halls, the crows give warning, and the warriors can prepare, but this beast strikes without warning, in deadly silence. Therefore it's the custom of the people here to now take refuge in the hall by night. 3 times the monster's gotten inside of our outer palisade. We hear it snuffling and scratching at the door. The first time we were all sleeping out in our huts, and it took 3 people. The second time it took half the pigs and the sheep. The third time it took all of the pigs and sheep. If it comes back again, who will it take?
Well, did any of your people here see this beast? They know what it looks like?
Alas, no. None have seen it. We followed its tracks to the northwest, or northeast, to the northeast, but we have not been able to have much success against it. Tuirlis is out there now, my son. He will find it. He will save our people from this beast. Whatever it is, it has a great hunger.
You mentioned your son. How long ago did he leave to track this beast?
He's been gone for at least 10 days. He came back with some sheep, and then he went out again. So at least we have food now.
Farumbras will kind of perhaps try and get his companions somewhere where the king might not be able to hear, and whisper that it seems this Tuirlis, the son of the king, might have something to do with those raiding parties.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably Sigil's sheep that he brought back.
I wonder what happened to the girl, if she's held somewhere.
You look around the hall, and you're maybe looking for a young girl, and you do see one. And this young girl comes up to Gorsod and kneels down and puts her hands on him. And he says, "Ah, Vila, my daughter, you are wise beyond your years, and you're very observant. Perhaps one day you'll make a fine leader of this tribe. But for now, your father, he must rest. His leg, it ails. See that our guests here have a place where they might spend the night. We will counsel again in the morning." And Gorsod gets up, and his daughter, Vila, helps him up out of his chair and brings him a small crutch that he puts under his arm and uses to hobble out of the hall.
Then could Malgaville see if he knows anything about gout or
Yeah,
has
give me
any flowers that help with this,
give me a
rather
healing
than just
roll.
telling him not to eat meat?
Yeah. No
Give you
red
what kind of
meat
roll,
and
sorry?
No, healing. No red meat and no
Healing.
wine. What am I supposed to eat then? Plants?
All right. Yeah, we've
Yeah.
got this elf giving everybody wine.
True.
Now we've all got gout.
Yeah.
You suspect that it is gout, and you're probably right on that. It looks like it's his foot that pains him. But
No cocaine on me though to give him.
Nope. You don't seem to have any remedy that
Crocus
you know of.
flowers, yeah.
You know that Gorsod seemed to be expecting something. So in fact, give me a scan roll as you kind of look at that box. Like he was hoping there was medicine in there, and you turn back to Dunrock and Dunwalla. Nope. They're smiling at our group, and it's one of those smiles like they don't mean it, like they're just maybe they're sharing some sort of inside joke or something. But you catch them kind of sharing a glance now and then and nodding and smiling. And no one else in the hall smiles. Everyone else here is somber. This has been a terrible time for all. Anything else you want to do tonight before morning?
I just want to make sure I understand this. So the Crows of Dunland, you said that they speak, or they can speak?
So, Saruman mentioned that sometimes the crows can speak. It's said that they know a few words in common, and there are some that are wiser than others. And here, it's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, in my handy-dandy pack, I have feed.
Ooh.
And I wanted to try to, away from Dunwalla's eye, and letting the group know something about the crow. I'm very curious about these crows. Trying to essentially lure one and maybe see what words it might be able to tell me, or ask what it's seen essentially in the area, or why it fears Dunwalla.
So a lot of people get up when Gorsod leaves, and they're kind of milling about. None of them seem to want to leave here. So you have a lot of cover if you want to go outside. There's a lot of crows out there as well as in the hall. Do you want to attract one in the hall or one outside?
You said it'd be better. I would assume it'd be outside, but if it's safer, if I'm looking around, if it's safer inside, I'd probably try to do it inside. Then.
Honestly, it'd probably be safer outside. There'd be fewer people watching. Yeah.
I'll kind of try to slip out the side there.
Perfect. And as you go out the side, you take out your feed, and I'm going to have you give me a roll. It's going to be your feed is good for a travel roll, so I'm going to let you use travel, but I'll also let you use the feed for something else. If you want to do a persuade roll, trying to get this crow to befriend you, you can add a bonus die to persuade using the feed.
Okay.
Because I love this idea.
Cool. I'll hit the persuade with that. Let's see. Just making sure I got everything. Okay.
Got it. Nice. Got it by 1. So
Very good.
group of crows come and flutter down towards your feet, and they get very animated as they see this seed that you drop on the ground. And as they come down, there's a kind of a larger one that gets close and begins to peck at the seed, and it looks and turns its head and turns its gaze on you a few times as though studying you. This crow definitely seems bigger than the rest, and the others kind of stay back while it is pecking at the seed.
Okay. Kilbalon kind of slightly bows his head and in a hushed tone speaks and says, "What have you seen? What beast roams?"
Ooh.
Trying to keep it very short.
The crow says, "Ka! Ka! Aord Scraffa!" Make an insight roll.
Insight. Okay.
Oh, nice. So you know that in the hills of Dunland, there are ancient works of stone, much like Crow Hall. It's said that giants made them, maybe elves or men out of the west in the elder days of the world. That's that's the rumor that comes back. But you know that the place called Aord Scraffa in the tongue of Rohan is a great stone tomb built in the second age of the world. Forgotten kings of men were buried there, but no history of their great deeds is preserved, even among the wise. So Aord Scraffa is a tomb.
Okay. Okay, awesome. And then he nods and looks and says Dunwalla, and just kind of waits for a response for the crow.
The crow bows a few times and then says, "Master."
Okay. And Kilbalon nods and whispers, "Thank you," and walks back in and pulls over the crew. He taps Ferumbus on the shoulder and says, "Aord Scruffa, the crows speak to us."
Oh yes, I'm sure I must have some knowledge of this place in my book here. I've tried to keep up to date on the ruins in the area. Could I make a lore roll?
Yeah, give me a lore roll.
And I have my item. I have a leather book on the lore of these lands. Perhaps that might help me.
Yeah, absolutely. Add a bonus die for that. Ooh, we'll take the 9, not the Eye of Sauron. That is a success. There's a map in your book, and the map, it's basically this map of the Eastern Lands, but up here you can see here is a building, and it says Aord Scraffa next to it, just northeast of here.
Yes, the Aord Scraffa, an old ruin. It wouldn't be more than half a day's journey from here, I'd reckon, just to the north and the east. I'm afraid, other than that, I don't know much about it. There isn't much writing about these sort of things.
There's maybe a line that just mentions that it is a burial site of kings of Rohan.
What? And Kelvalon looks to Ferumbus. What do you believe might come of that? Why would it speak such a tomb of a king of Rohan?
Well, I have had some experience when not here, but further to the north, in the North Downs. I have traveled there, studying the ruins, and have known there to be barrow wights that often haunt these sort of places. Nasty, nasty business, best avoided, I should think. But perhaps that is something that could trouble a land like this.
Folk begin to lay out straw mats for bedrolls. And Dunrock comes up and says, "There are mats over there if you wish to sleep here in the fort. Or you may sleep out in the barn if the open air proves more to your liking."
Roar's gonna pull Dunrock to the side and just be like, What do you know about Aord Scroffa?
Give me a scan roll as you look over his face. Great success. He says, "Aord Scroffa, that is Forgoyle, men of Rohan. I know nothing of it." But you see his eye twitch a little bit. You're pretty sure he's lying to you.
Okay, well, if one were to go there, there's nothing to be found there.
Only the bones of old kings. Why should there be anything else there?
No, it's we saw it on a map near here, and we just found it fascinating.
Now let the dead lie where they are. Concern yourself with the living, the people here in Crow Hall. We need protection. We need a leader. Gorsad's ability to lead the clan, well, I believe that he must have done something that brought this ailment down upon him, as well as bringing such bad luck down upon us all. We know that a weak leader brings troubled times. Maybe it would be better if Gorsad were to step down.
Are you insinuating that there's a conspiracy against Gorsad?
No, it would be my job to root out such things. I just feel that perhaps Gorsad's time as a warrior is at an end, and this tribe, this clan, needs someone more capable of leading. His son, Tuirlis, perhaps, or another who knows the inner workings of the clan. And he puffs himself up a little bit.
I'm sure those words Gorsad would not like to hear. I'm sure you've kept them to yourself till now.
That I have, but these are difficult times. Difficult choices must be made. If he cannot save us from the beast, perhaps it is time for him to step down. I have all faith that his son, Tuirlis, will see to it that this hall is made safe. And then we must discuss the future of Crow Hall. But that is for another night. Tonight, may you sleep well. My hope is that the beast does not disturb us tonight, but... And his sister steps forward. "Sleep lightly," she says. "The crows are disturbed tonight. It could be because of your presence here, or perhaps something else." And she leads her brother away. And you see a lot of the people in here, they look frightened. These are warrior types, and many of them look like they've not eaten well in some time. Many of them look like they've not slept well. Many of them have probably lost loved ones. Do you spend the night in the hall, or do you spend the night out in the encampment within the palisade, out in one of the barns near the animal pens? Take us to a map here. You could stay like in this barn here, or one of these buildings, or you can stay inside the hall.
Do we get the vibe that that our presence in the hall comforts them, or are they just like, hey, even our warriors are getting slain, like your presence doesn't really tip the scales?
Give me an insight roll for that.
Insight.
Nice, with an extraordinary success. Okay. You get the sense that the people here feel that they are at the mercy of whatever this beast is. That they have no trust in Gorsad's ability to protect them, because the beast has come into the palisade and taken people as well as animals. You also get the sense that they are pleased to see help from someone, but maybe not so happy to see help from Isengard. You know that shouldn't be the case, because Saruman mentioned that he's had many dealings with Gorsad, and he's done much to try and help him and help these people. Yet it seems like the people have maybe been turned against Isengard. Maybe they suspect that this is a wizard's doing that's brought this calamity upon them. You also get the sense that even having more warriors here is not going to fix the problem. The beast needs to be found, and their only hope is that Tuwirlus, Gorsad's son, will find this beast, but he's not been seen for days.
Okay. Can I above table something? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Above table. I was my not a mini rebellion, but a hey, if last night it was almost all your livestock, tonight it's probably going to be you. So tonight is the night to make your stand type of speech. Like I think my character is going to probably come from an enheartened angle.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that I can. If you guys don't want to go that way, that's totally fine. I just wanted to kind of put it out there, see what you guys thought, or what you wanted to, what direction you wanted to go in. If this is we're going to try to get this thing tonight, or if we're going to try to track it later.
Well, the only problem I might see with that is that this beast, it could also be our friend, the Bjorning we met, and I'm not sure if we would want to incite violence in these folk against him. He seems to be the sort of a reasonable fellow, besides the whole bear thing.
That is true.
No offense, Amelina, of course. Bears are quite wonderful creatures.
Only some taken.
But I do think that enheartening them would be a good thing. These people seem very low right now.
I mean, above table, I'm good with that path. I think that's a good choice.
Will this cause them to lose all faith in Gorsad? Any that might still cling? Will this cause a coup against Gorsad if you do this?
Yeah. I think it's a fine line between trying to say that, hey, Saruman sent us and Gorsad,
you're out.
So
yep.
Yeah, you're out. Yeah, so
they might say this is exactly what Dunwalla has been telling us.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, are they going to trust us enough to?
Yeah.
Right message, wrong messenger.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point.
And I know that Ferumbras didn't catch Dunrock in the act, but it sure looked like he maybe pocketed something out of that chest, kind of sleight-of-handed something out of there, and didn't give. If there was medicine, he withheld that from Gorsad. You're not sure. You didn't see it, but it looks suspicious. And both he and Dunwalla are acting really suspicious.
Well, if we were to have the diversion of perhaps a good speech and hearten these folk, well, I'm not, don't consider myself a master burglar. I certainly am stealthy when I need to be. I could always go take a look in that fellow Dunrock's quarters, see if I can't find something or something he may have taken. Might be worth it. Of course, if I get caught, I'm sure that will be most unfortunate.
Kellen looks at Umbris and says, "Perhaps we should roll out the kegs. Perhaps tonight should be a night of distraction and merriment."
Yeah, especially if you can get Gorsad and Dunwalla down there, then that may clear all of the obstacles to go search his room.
Where's Gorsad now?
Gorsad is in his quarters, so it's just off the main hall, probably up a short flight of steps in a stone room. It's got its own hearth, so you'd have some heat in there. Sounds like he's laying down. Doesn't want to be seen, laying down in front of his people. But you could also try and approach his room. There may be a guard outside.
Okay. Kellen looks to Horumbris and says, Would you accompany me and maybe get a lay of the land, and we maybe ask the Lord of the Manor's permission to open a cask and hearten these poor souls?
Certainly, and I could also offer some of my food I brought along. My pony, I pack good stores. I have biscuits and travel rations I'd like to spare. These people seem awfully hungry.
Kellen smiles and, excellent. We'll make merry this evening, and kind of pats him on the shoulder, like excitedly. We were gonna go and try to talk to Gorsad and see if he's cool with any of this.
As the two of you go through the doorway where you saw him leave, are you doing that sneakily, or are you just walking through as people are, preparing to get comfortable for the evening? Do you want to do the distraction first, or just head that way? Basically, are you trying to be stealthy or not?
I guess we could do distraction first. What do you? I think distraction first, maybe. Just break everything out, start causing a scene, and then you go up.
Yes, I think it'd be much safer if Dunrock was distracted before we try to snoop around his quarters.
Okay. So in that case, I think Kael'Balon would stand on a table and shout, "To those old warriors, gather!" And then he's going to take out his flute. He's going to pass around the wine. We're gonna go crazy.
Nice.
Pass around the wine, and he's going to say, an old song for an old kingdom, an old peoples," and he starts to play on his flute to try to bring people around and try to get the spirits going here.
Give me an enhearten roll and add a bonus die, and you can add a bonus die for your flute as well.
Okay. So 2 bonus die overall.
2 bonus die. Yep.
Okay.
An extraordinary success. Yeah. So you get not only all the people, but you get Dunrock and Dunwalla. You get them in here, and they are they're looking around. They have a look of a little bit of concern. Like, you're not sure, are they upset because you're giving the people false hope, or upset because of something else? But they're looking around, or maybe they suspect that you're up to something. You're not sure, but you've got them here, and you've got most of the people here, and they're talking, and they're talking excitedly, and you actually see a few smiles on faces, as though a cold hearth has been rewarmed, and these people begin to feel that strength that has left them returning. And it is during this time that if you two want to sneak to find Gorsad, you can. With that extraordinary success, you don't even need to make a roll. You can get out, and you find the door where Gorsad went through. There is no guard. That would normally be probably Dunrock that would be there, but he's here. You can knock on that door if you like.
Yeah, so I think Ferumbrus and I would knock on the door, and anybody else who would like to be there as well.
Or does
we'd knock on the door.
Ferumbrus want to go loot Dunrock's room at this point?
Yes, perhaps if one of us wanted to get Gorsod and bring him to the festivities, then it would be a good opening for Umbris to go and see what he might discover in Dunrock's quarters.
Who wants to go get Gorsod?
Gror will go. I'm pretty good at singing a song to inspire.
And he was very moved by your earlier song, so you're already on his good side. When you, is Malvagil or Emelina going with you?
Malgaville will offer to help Gorsard get to the festivities.
Okay. Emelina, what are you doing while Kelbalan is enheartening people, Gror and Malvagil are going after Gorsod, and Ferumbris is going to go check Dunrock's room?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like I heard the Enhearten call. From a warrior standpoint, she may kind of be in the room trying to inspire through either song or like kind of not battle, but like an awe, kind of try to inspire them to, protect what is theirs, to stand up for their folk.
Awesome. Let's do that first. Let me have you make that awe roll, as you are. These people are now they're receptive, and now's the chance to embolden them.
Cool. I will roll it up. Oh.
They look at you and they're like, she is not one of us. Her world is different from ours, and it doesn't land well with them. And you get a sense that there is some resistance to you, and you don't know if it's because of your blood or is it because of some other reason. But they seem to be a little more keen on the wine and the food, and less on the, hey, pick up your sword and go take out this beast. It's like that message just fell a little flat. Gror and Malvagil, you go to the door, and with a rap on the door, you hear a voice, "Enter!" And you open the door, and you see Gorsod lying on his bed, and his daughter, Vila, is in there, and she's placing wet cloths on his right foot. And he sits up. "Oh, I thought you were Dunrock. I'm sorry. I'm not in a condition to receive you."
Gorsod, we're inspiring all of your warriors. They're all gathering down, and we're having a night of festivities to enhearten everyone. I find it would be a show of strength for you to come down, if at all possible.
Give me either a persuade or an enhearten roll.
Great. I'm gonna spend some hope to do that. Could I use?
Can I help him
yes.
as well?
Yep.
Telling him that we'll help him get down there and look strong, like
Absolutely.
all that. Like give him a little plate in the bottom of his boot so it's not bothering his joints so much or something.
Yeah. So if you want to spend, do you want to spend a point of hope to give him an extra dice, or do you want to make a specific roll for his foot to try and help him be more mobile?
I'm letting Gror lead this one, so I'll spend hope to help him.
Okay. So then, Gror, select the help from a companion, as well as if you're spending hope, and you can be inspired by your proud, distinctive feature, or fierce, either one, honestly.
I'll do a little bit of both. Okay, sounds good. And is there anything from me giving him enjoying that
yes,
song.
and an extra for your speech, an extra bonus. Gandalf rune. Yep, great success. You embolden him as the two of you, on your feet, chieftain. Your people need you. Which of us have ever lived without wounds? Yet we managed to press on. Come, pain is but fleeting, but glory lasts forever. And he gets up and eagerly begins to step, wincing as he does step, but he steps nonetheless and begins to move out of the hall. And Vila, be a good girl. Come and tend to your father. Bring my wine cup. We will feast tonight, and sing praises to Tawirlus that he may free us from this beast. And he leaves his room. As he steps out for Umbris, this is your opening.
Yes, I will see if I can make my way to Dunrock's quarters and see what might be discovered.
Give me a stealth roll, and you can add a bonus die because most of the people are away. You don't expect to find any guards in here.
Can I use my distinctive feature, Inquisitive, to become inspired? As I'm curious as to what he might be hiding.
Yep, absolutely. Ooh, despite rolling a 1, you still got it. You managed to find what you think must be his room. First, you pass by a room that looks like some sort of map room. There's various maps of these lands, and many are drawn out with boundary lines for the different tribes. And then you find another room that looks like a storeroom, and it's been all but depleted. There's very little stores left in here. These people are hungry. And then you find Dunrock's room. And when you enter in, there's a great bearskin rug on the floor. He's got bottles of wine in here. He's got swords and spears and a suit of fine mail set upon a stand in one corner. And then he's got a chest at the foot of his bed.
Well, I mostly want to see if he has anything that looks like it might be of elven make, like it might have come from Isengard, as though he might have stolen it from the king's gift.
You go through some of his drawers, and you don't see anything in there. And then you look under his sleeping mat. You look, through some of his clothes, and all that's left is that chest. And you look at the chest, and it has a padlock on it. If you want to try to pick that lock, that's a riddle roll. Oh, and you got it. The chest opens, and inside you find silver. You find pouches filled with silver, and then you find 3 silver vials, and these look to be of elven make. They have various trees and stars engraved upon them. These are bottles, and there's a stopper on each, and these look relatively small. It fits in your hand just about right. More importantly, this would fit in that silver chest that you brought from Isengard.
Yes, the only problem now is if I were to take them, he would certainly notice. Is there a way that perhaps I could take out my water skin and pour that out and perhaps pour this liquid in or switch them out some way that I can leave the bottles and he hopefully won't suspect that we've taken them?
Yep, absolutely. So with your water skin, there's really no good place to pour it out. You look around, there's a chamber pot, but man, he's going to see that. There's not a window in here that opens. You're just going to have to drink that water. And so you just start chugging that water, squeezing your wineskin, getting as much out of it as you can, and then you uncork it and begin to pour the contents of these vials into your wineskin. And it takes some time. And you hear a sound in the hallway. You hear footsteps. And they're very light footsteps, but it sounds like it's walking down the hallway you came down, coming towards your door.
Well, is there somewhere that I could quickly hide? I'm a rather round fellow, but I am short, so perhaps somewhere that I could avoid detection.
Well, you could possibly climb inside that chest and curl up into a ball, or maybe you would fit under the bed. You look at it and you think, "Oh, I'm going to have to, suck in my gut and squeeze under that bed," but you think you might fit.
Yes, if it sounds like the footsteps are approaching the room, I will quickly scurry under the bed. I think that would be safer.
You get under the bed and you watch as the door opens and you see a pair of feet walk in, and they're wearing black shoes, and it looks like they have a robe on. You see the bottom hem of the robe. Takes a few steps in the room, and then it steps out and shuts the door. Give me a scan roll.
Well, is this something I could use inquisitive for again?
Yep,
as I
absolutely.
look for the small details?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, great success. You're pretty sure that was Dunwalla.
And am I pretty sure that she left and she's not peering through the keyhole or waiting just outside?
That's a good question. You think that she's left. You didn't hear footsteps walk away, but your heart was pounding rather heavily. You wait maybe a minute or two and begin to slide out from under the bed, and you're pretty sure the coast is clear.
All the same, I will look through the keyhole first and just make sure she's not standing there waiting for me.
What if you see an eye on the other side of the keyhole?
Well, that would be unfortunate.
You crouch down and peer through the keyhole, and you see stone. You see the opposite side of the passageway.
Well, with as much stealth as I can muster, I'll try and make my way back to the party, the festivities, and see if I can't get our best healer and tell him about the elven vials that I found.
You open the door and peer down the hallway. There's no one there, and you make your way back to the hall. And when you get there, the feasting is still going on, and Gorsod is now there. And he has a cup in his hand, and he's drinking wine. It's not a full cup. He didn't want to drink a lot. He wanted this to be spread around, but he is drinking, and you hear him singing and shouting the praises of his son Tuirlis, with whom he has all faith will find the monster. Who do you approach? Is Malvagil our best healer? Malvagil is favored and has 2 skill dice in healing. So is Kelbalon, and Kelbalon has a smaller target number. Might be our
I might try to get the two of them together. If I could get the attention of Malvagil and Kelbalon, then I would tell them what I found and that I think it might be what the king was hoping to receive.
Yeah, as you present your findings to them, to the two of you, it sounds like, well, it could be poison that he's keeping in there. Maybe he's secretly poisoning somebody, or this could be medicine. But it was in looked like elvish make. You don't know if the elves would stoop to poison.
But would Kelbalon know? Well, I guess this might be a roll, but like which elves would make it?
You would know right away. This was made by Lorien.
Lorien? Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Anything about the liquid based on seeing it? Or
yeah, you could make a
can we
healing
not really see
roll
it in the wineskin?
as you sniff it. Maybe you dab a little on your finger, sniff it, taste it. A healing roll would tell you.
Can I? Well, I was going to offer aid, but
I don't think you need it. Nope, great success.
nope.
This is most definitely not poison. You're pretty sure this is medicine. This is likely what Gorsod needs for his gout.
To the other two, I suggest that we give this to him, but we need to kind of make it, or like hide the fact that we got this out of his second in command's
Right.
lockbox.
Perhaps we give him a goblet and we put that in there.
Yeah,
Do
maybe
not
present
speak
it as
of
we concocted
Yeah.
something to help his foot.
Yeah.
Something maybe we found or put together.
Or just let maybe let them believe it magic.
Now, Kelbalon, you could get a magical success so that they would see magic happening. You could attribute it to Isengard, whether
Ooh.
that lands well or bad. You don't know. Maybe it's a good thing if Isengard is healing Gorsad.
That's true. You know what? I think I'll do that.
Ooh.
I think I will do that. This seems like a pretty good moment to do that.
Yeah. So if you click on healing, you'll have to spend a point of hope, but then it should let you
Mhm.
click magical success,
Okay,
and then add a die for the for having the medicine as well.
Okay.
Nice. So you get a magical success. So anytime you use magic, the Eye of Sauron the Eye awareness goes up by 1. So we go up to 6. As you hand this over, do you make mention that this is from Isengard, from Saruman?
Yeah, I would say that, or I would probably mention that this specific beverage is from Isengard, and Lord Saruman sends his best and his wishes to the people here.
Gorsad takes it hungrily and drinks it. And your magical success is that almost instantly Gorsad rises, and you see his leg tremble slightly as it begins to regain its strength. And he flexes his feet, rising up on his toes, up and down, and then he jumps a few times and begins to dance with Vila, as though he has been healed almost instantaneously. And there's much cheering and much joyfulness. This is the sort of moment that the people have been waiting for, is to see their chieftain lead them again. And then a quick glance over to Dunrock and Dunwalla. They are shooting Kelbalon just absolute looks of hatred and betrayal, like, how dare you do this? And then they kind of smile with the rest of the people, like, yay, this is great, yay, just what we wanted. And throughout the rest of the evening, they're shooting glances at all 5 of you. Now, this is a good place to take a break. Why don't we take about an 8-minute break? When we come back, we will finish up the adventure. So let's pause for about 8 minutes.
My fate is unspoken. I locate the lair, but it doesn't make much sense to me. I think that the DM might be out to get me. A hero in armor and truth, bards tell my legacy. The flame of my torch illuminates the enemy. A win in a battle, you win foes asunder. Deeper I venture, the deeper I wonder. The bodies pile up before me, the corpses I plunder. The deeper I venture, the deeper I wonder. Crafted from numbers on living paper. I skip from the mundane to a needle caper. And while in real life, my fate is unspoken. Hero roll of the dice and my fate is unspoken. I drink my last potion. I charge through the open gate. The flame of the dragon tried to seal my awful fate. With a handful of dice, 5 times I roll 20. The dragon goes down, the DM no bloody. I leave with the princess, a satchel chock full of gold. We head to the tavern, where my mighty tale unfolds. Crafted from numbers on living paper. I skip from the mundane to a naval caper. While in real life, my fate is unspoken. Hero roll of the dice and my fate is unspoken. The king he honored me with the mighty crossbow. It's blessed by the elves, he said. I thank him and I go. The life of a hero, struggling to stay alive. It's worth all the hardship though, 'cause now I'm a level 5. Level 5.
All right, I am back. Go ahead and sound off if you're here.
I'm back.
Okay, excellent.
Or is here?
Excellent.
I'm here.
Okay, I think
Here
we're
as
all
well.
here. Excellent. We're all here. Let's jump back into the action. It's nearing time to go to bed. People are beginning to quiet down. They've spent an enjoyable evening with Gorsod. He seems to have gotten the people to believe in him again as they see his old strength returning. And during this time, we begin to feel the fatigue from our own journey begin to set in. So one thing we haven't done yet is add the fatigue from our travel. We need to calculate this. It's based on the events that we had. We had a terrible misfortune. We had a mishap or a shortcut. So we had 3, 4. We have 4 fatigue. So everyone can make a travel roll to try to reduce the fatigue that you take. The fatigue will count as load against you. Let me have everybody make a travel roll as they prepare to bed down for the night. Oh, someone got a Gandalf rune. Nice. So Emelina got a Gandalf rune, and Malvagil got a success, and Gror got a great success. Okay, so if you get a success, it reduces it by 1, and then if you have a mount, it reduces it by whatever the vigor rating of the mount is. So for Rumbrus, your travel rating did not reduce any, but your mount reduces it by 1, so you'll take a load of 3. If you scroll down on your character sheet to where you're next to endurance, you'll see load, and in the small box it says fatigue, or the small diamond. You'll put that number into where it says fatigue, and that will add to your load. And now we're going to spend a night here, which will reduce it by 1 more. Your fatigue goes down 1 by every night you spend in a safe place. So your fatigue would actually go down to 2. We'll go ahead and just do that now for Rumbrus. Yours would be 2. Malvagil, you don't have a mount, but you did get a success. So yours would be 3, and then it would go down by 1 for sleeping, so your fatigue would be 2 as well. Gror, you got a great success, so you reduce your load by 2, your fatigue by 2, and then you have a decent mount which has a vigor rating of 2, so you take 0 fatigue. Kael'Balon, you did not pass, so you would have 4. You have a decent mount which reduces it by 2, and then we'd spend a night here, so you just have 1 left over, so you'll put 1 fatigue in the fatigue box next to your load. And then Emelina, you got an automatic success, so that reduces it by 1, so you'll have a 3. You don't have a mount, but you're going to spend 1 night here, so you'll put 2 in your fatigue box. And do you see where that is? Perfect, perfect, excellent. And so that just represents the weariness from the journey. Now, as people begin to bed down, Gorsod goes to sleep. He's smiling. You've not seen him smile since you've been here. The people begin to speak of better times, of good times, and of Tawirless, who will save them. And are you all sleeping inside the hall, or are you sleeping outside in one of the outer buildings? Where do you choose to sleep? Anyone have any feedback? If not, I'll assume you stay in the hall with everyone else. They seem to be accepting of you now. Well, except for Dunrock and Dunwalla.
Gror will stay in the hall.
Yeah, I think staying in the hall is good.
Yes, it's a good idea, especially with the potential for there being beasts about here.
Yeah, could be danger. Emelina, give me an awareness roll.
Incoming? Oof.
You're awfully sleepy, and you sleep through sleep through the night, blissfully unaware of whatever might be happening. You are awakened all early in the morning by the smell of oats being cooked over the fire, and you, Ferumbrus, you go inspect the pot, hoping that it's just overflowing with delicious oats, and there's very little in there. And they're dishing out very small portions to everyone. Again, they are rationing. There was no attack last night, but the people still have very little. And you know it's going to be a hungry day of travel, despite the good meal that was had last night. Dunrock comes out, ready to go, and he says, "It is time for us to go. Let us go after the beast, or in search of Tuirlus, and find if he has been successful. We will search the area around Crow Hall. I will take 3 warriors with me. We will provide little aid to those who are not ready to adventure," and he's looking specifically at Ferumbrus. "Those who cannot march are welcome to stay here with the women and do the knitting and sewing and cleaning." And then he says in a gruff voice something in the Dunlending tongue to the men next to him, and they all give kind of an uncomfortable chuckle.
Well, I happen to be quite good at knitting, but despite that, I can hold my own, I assure you, Master Dunrock. I'm sure that I will provide a useful set of eyes. I have very keen eyes, you know.
Well, we'll put them to the test. Now, as we go out searching, we're looking for tracks, we're looking for the beast, we're looking for Tuirlus. We need to make a hunting roll. And I think Malvagil might be our best at that, but if you want to roll it, if not, we can let someone else roll.
Somebody else wants to.
I think it's Malvagil's.
Nope. Okay. All right.
Oh, nice. We'll take the 10. We'll take a great success. Okay, so you managed to find a pair of trails. You find a trail that looks like a great number of men have gone this way. And it looks relatively fresh, like it's been made within a day or two. And looking at this, you think this might be tracks for Tuirlus's band of warriors that have supposedly gone out to find the beast. But you know they've also gone raiding and potentially kidnapping Gleadwin. You also find another trail, and this trail is very faint, but it's unmistakable. It is bear tracks, and it looks relatively recent. Looks like these bear tracks have been going around the woods through here as well. Do you point out any of these to Dunrock and his men, or keep it to yourself?
I would try to hide it from Dunrock, but try to express it to my group more so. And especially Emelina, and see if she's able to recognize it as a Bjorning or a different bear.
Amelina, you wouldn't even need to roll. You know this is Seppa. In fact, you can smell his scent. And these tracks seem to crisscross here and there over the tracks of these men as though he is following them.
Was there any indication in Seppa's tracks of like a transition, or is it purely just the bear track?
Purely bear tracks at this point.
Okay.
Maybe as we realize this, I would sort of give the faint, like, mimic of the whistle that she gave him.
Everyone
just to
should
kind of express to the rest of the
recognize
group that it's
yeah.
Seppa.
Yeah.
Great thinking. Dunrock sees you looking around some of the different tracks and comes over. What have you found? Signs of the beast?
The beast, just a sign of your prince's hunting party. But
Oh.
surely they found the tracks and have covered them already.
Well, let us find Twirless. We can let him know that you are here to help. Perhaps he's already been successful in his hunt. If so, he will show himself fit to rule Crow Hall. And after a time, you begin to see smoke up ahead from a campfire. And then the smell hits you, and it's cooking mutton. You can smell that they're cooking sheep. Dunrock looks excited and tells his men, "Come, Twirless's camp awaits. There will be food and many stories." And they rush on ahead as though not waiting for the rest of you to follow. Now, with that great success on the hunting roll, you're still keeping an eye on those bear tracks, and you see the transition happens near the campsite. You see those bear prints slowly narrowing down to the prints of men, and then they get very light, and it looks like these tracks are still near the camp. And you suspect Seppa is nearby.
Rather than go to the camp, I'd suggest going to find Seppa and seeing
I was
what he
gonna
can tell
say-
us about the camp.
Yeah, using Malvagil's thought process, could Emelina in some way mimic the whistle, or
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I won't even make you make a roll here. You
Okay.
give off the whistling call out into the air, and it's kind of a sad call. There's a faint cry in the air as you whistle. It sounds like any of the birds that might be here, and within just a matter of minutes, you can hear the soft crunching of footsteps in the woods. And then you see Seppa. He's crouched down. He's in man form. He's still very hairy and coarse, covered in mud. He's got leaves in his hair and pine needles all along his back and shoulders. And he approaches, his eyes wide. And seeing that you're not in any danger, he looks around and holds up his hands as if to say, "What? What is it?" But he's still about maybe 30 yards off.
I would look to Seppa and we have come here with a group of men. We saw your tracks. Is everything all right?
Yes, I have found her. I have found Gleadwin. She is there in that camp. We can take them now and save her. Save the dark-haired one for me. He will die under my hands.
Amelina looks back to the group. Assaulting the camp. I am not sure.
One thing, so in this game, that would be considered what's called a misdeed. You have no reason to go just and assault them. I mean, it's basically Seppa's word against everyone else's. If you just went killing people, you would take a misdeed, which is shadow points, and that would be a negative against you. That would help you slowly progress towards the side of shadow. And so you definitely want to weigh. Murder hoboing is not necessarily a thing in the One Ring. So excellent
Sure.
pause there rather than let's go.
Yeah.
They're holding her, Skeppa?
Yes, she is bound. Her wrists are bound. I have seen him, the one with the feathers in his hair. He paws at her like an animal, like a beast. He intends to make her his own. She is but a girl.
We're all there, right? Just want
Yes,
to make sure.
yep, you're
Okay.
all there.
Okay. Keblon looks to Seppa and says, "Just as blood was not shed with us, we cannot shed their blood, especially on their lands. You know this."
Then how will
We
justice be made for Sigulf?
He looks to Skeppa and says, "Justice will be made in time, but it cannot be here, and it cannot be against this. You know that we would suffer wounds more far grievous to ourselves if we try to kill them here.
He begins to breathe shallow and quickly, as though he is, getting filled with rage, and you see his chest heaving as though he's fighting something back. And Amelina, you see he is resisting the urge to change right now. There's an inner struggle going on with him.
Gror will speak up and say, I think our best bet is to let them out themselves for what they have done. So I do not think this is a that their leader would approve of this.
Let them confess to their chieftain? Yes.
Not, yeah. I don't think they would confess, but I think we can get them to
admit their wrongdoing?
Yes, with cunning and wit.
These are unknown to me. I know strength. I know ferocity. I will defer to you. It will be bloody if I go in alone. You have Gladwyn's best interests at heart?
Yes.
And he looks to Amelina. You're the only reason he's trusting everyone right now, is Amelina. And he looks at you. Do you swear an oath to me?
She would, she would put out her hand in kind of that forearm to forearm. I promise.
He reaches out and clasps your forearm. Yes, so be it. I will wait in the woods. If you whistle, death will come upon them. I await your response. And he skulks back into the woods, crouching low, looking for a place to hide.
Well, perhaps before we upset them, we should try some of their mutton. I know you can tell a lot about a person from their cooking.
Truer Hobbit words were never spoken.
Nice.
As you head towards their encampment, you can hear Dunrock already joyful there, shouting loud. As you walk in, you see them slicing haunches or strips of meat off the haunch that's cooking over the fire. And then you see the prince, Tawirless, black of hair with feathers woven in. He invites you to sit by his campfire and share tales with his warriors. More than anything else, you get the sense he wants a fresh audience for his boasts. And he exaggerates the danger in his retelling. You can tell this is a young man who thinks he knows what makes a man great. He talks about a raid on a Dunlanding stead that was a veritable fortress, being pursued by a host of Forgoyle riders as he escaped over the ice. And then he points to Gladwyn, to the young girl, and says, I have seduced this young girl. She begged me to carry her away to our castle in the hills. I'm on my way back to Crow Hall now, but I'm not looking forward to doing so. My tiresome father will start whining about wise rulership and his sore feet. I wish to raid more, bring more food and riches back to my people. Will you not share in our feast and our boastings? Are there none that will? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Amelina would step forward and, yes, we will, of course, take part in some of these of the festivities of the feast you have put out. The boastings, I will reserve judgment.
Ah. Why have you come? You are not of our people. Did my
We
father,
are on the... Yeah.
did my father send you?
Yes, we are here to help hunt a great beast.
A beast. The crows protect Crow Hall. The fortress is invulnerable. Maybe something crept by once, but I chased it into the mountains. I doubt it'll ever return again. And Dunrock is standing there smiling, just this shit-eating grin, like he couldn't be any happier than he is right now.
Kelbalon looks to Dunrock. You haven't told him about his father, have you?
What about my father? And he looks at Dunrock and then back to you.
Kelbalon says, "It is not my place."
What has the old
But
fool
joyous
done
news.
now? Joyous news. Has he finally died? And Dunrock says, no. It seems that these kind folk here brought healing to your father. He stood last night with strength in both his legs and feet and danced with young Vila. Yes, it was a joyful occasion for us all. But worry yourself not. My sister assures me that whatever witchcraft they placed upon your father, it will not last long. No, it will not last long indeed. In fact, she told me just last night that she suspects that the beast will grow more emboldened, and will even attack Crow Hall during the day. It could be being attacked right now as we speak.
Kelbalon looks at him and says, "And what insight would she have on that? How would she know, other than the crows?"
She drew portents through the bones this morning, and said that ere the day was out, a new power would rise in Crow Hall.
And he did. He did rise. Your father. He rose.
Ooh. You misinterpret. You misinterpret the symbols.
No, you spoke plainly. The bones. And Kelbalon kind of looks to Twirless and says, "You must see. He speaks in riddles to you."
Twirless looks at Dunrock and looks at the rest of you. Perhaps I should see this for myself. Perhaps I should ensure that the old man is indeed no longer fit to lead our people. And Dunrock bows his head. As you wish, my prince. And he fixes you with a glare. And you get the sense that if he ever catches you alone, that swords will be drawn.
Excuse me, Dunrock, good sir. I seem to be quite fond of your mutton here. Perhaps you wouldn't mind cutting off another piece. I think it could use some seasoning, but besides that, it's quite good.
Seasoning. This meat is hot off the bone. It needs no seasoning but the smoke of the fire. Help yourself, fat one. There's plenty to go around.
Oh. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Certainly, I find this hospitality very nice of you.
Let me have Malvagil give me an awareness roll. Nice. You, while this talk is going on, Dunrock steps around the back of one of the tents that are set up here at the campsite, and you see a crow fly off into the woods near the back of the tent, and he comes back around the front, and stands with his arms crossed, as though awaiting Twirless to decide what the plan of action is.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So you saw Dunrock go behind a tent, and but a few moments after, a crow flies out through the woods. You see it leave up into through the trees and up into the sky, and then Dunrock comes around. You suspect he likely just sent a message or told a crow something or received information from a crow. You're not sure. But something
Babylon
just
earlier that spoke to the crow when we were back at
yeah.
Crow Hall. So I'll kind of give him a little nudge and point to the crow flying away to kind of draw his attention to it.
Sorry, you were nudging Kelbalon about.
Yeah, since you were
Okay.
speaking with the crows earlier, kind of like it seems like they're using the crows to communicate as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
With the idea being that maybe we can try speaking to another crow later or find a way to intercept crows.
Yeah. Okay. I used above table. I used my feed last time, and I know that we're kind of a little bit more watched this time. So I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we catch him though, alone maybe.
After the mutton has been
sorry.
split up. Oh yes, go ahead.
Before we leave, did we see which direction that crow flew off to?
Yeah, it looked like it flew almost due north, which, for Umbris, going back to your map and your books, that is the direction of the Aord Scraffa.
I might mention this to Malvagil and Kael'Balon, and just say that it seems that crow might have gone off in the direction of those ruins we had spoken of later. That might be something of concern.
I kind of want to probe the prince as well. He mentioned something about him having a castle or a fortress further into the mountains, and kind of seeing if I can connect that to the ruins.
Ooh, excellent insight. Yeah, he says, just to the north, there's an old building that was once used by our enemies, but now it is in our land, and so I have claimed it as my own. I intend to make it a fortification, a place where, should my father continue to rule, I may set up my own hall.
Great idea for such a princeling as yourself.
Yes.
Surely you've fortified it with great ways to keep people out and have stored great treasures there.
Yes, I have had help. I have people who wish to see me succeed, you see. Yes, she has proven most helpful.
I think at this point, Malgaville is just wanting to kind of stew for a bit until he gets a chance to talk to his party out of the attention of the prince and Dunlop.
Pretty quickly, the feasting is done, and Twirless orders the camp to be broken down. And there's a lot of hustle and bustle going on as tents are brought down and things are packed up, ready to march. This would be a good opportunity to have that conversation.
And so with that conversation, I'm going to express, like, I think we need to find a way in there, but we also need to find a way to save this girl, if there's a way we can do that with it, while moving, or however, if anyone has any ideas. But I think if we can get her to Scappa, he can at least protect her for now until we can figure out how to help her later.
So Emelina would say that she had a thought of challenging Torlas in some way, either to like
that bare knuckle combat mentioned earlier.
No, yeah, boxing. Yeah, I mean, not trying to like duel because I'm not sure of how that would, even
Feats
winning
of
that.
strength.
Yeah, winning that may be a loss, but yeah, like an arm wrestling or some, like a wrestling match or some sort of
Yeah, who can throw this boulder the farthest and things like
sure,
that.
yeah, something along those lines. Just hearing him, pronounce his, unfailing ability on the battlefield, I feel he needs to be
Humbled.
reined in, but also would be susceptible to, he wouldn't be able to back down from a challenge to that.
Oh,
and
not
so I
in
think
front
this
of his
would,
men. Absolutely not.
yeah, this would be a good leverage to challenge it for the prize of the prisoner, the captive. So,
Ooh. Wow,
That's a really
great
good point.
idea.
I love that. Yeah.
Do you
And were
do
we
it?
able to kind of like scope him out earlier when we were talking to him? Like, would Amelina like certainly be able to beat him?
Amelina, she has prowess. She would likely be able, depending on what the contest is. She has, like, you could do like axe throwing. You've got a really good axe skill. Your athletics is good. I mean, battle is all right if you want to, challenge him to like bare knuckle boxing or a wrestling match or something. Definitely play to your strengths, and I think you would be okay. Looking at your distinctive features, you have like stern and tall. However that might help you out, I think would be a
Yeah.
great idea.
Quick question for you too: is there anything that Amelina could do in this culture that would completely embarrass him? That would make him look like he couldn't be a ruler? Like it would be like the next level of like, not only did you fail, but you like failed
Ooh.
spectacular. You know what
It's
I'm
like
saying?
the way
Like
they were
like
talking
you.
about women. Then
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like
I think to be beaten by a woman in anything,
it's just in this culture. Okay.
yeah, especially that is a man's, traditional role. Like if it were, cooking or something like that, that's
Right.
women's work. But if it's hunting or the like, that would embarrass him. Particularly something that has to do with battle or combat. I mean, I'm not saying you have to challenge him to a duel, but you could say to the first blood or something. No sharp weapons. Let us with sticks or something. Or you could do like feats of strength. Like to be beaten by a woman in a feat of strength for him, that would be an embarrassment.
I mean, I did like, playing to my strengths. I did like the axe throwing, if I'm allowed to use like my axe proficiency.
Yep, absolutely.
Felling a tree in the fastest, time or something. Something along those lines would be, yes.
How do you approach him with this challenge?
So I think, hearing that seeing now that the camp is starting to be torn down, I would approach and very loudly say to him, Torlos, you leave so soon. There is so much fun to be had. You cannot leave without showing us, your new guests and visitors, an example of your prowess. And she would like unsheath her, her axe.
His eyes go wide at this.
Yeah, and she would kind of like maybe find some target a good ways off, and say, "Please, I would love to battle you, to challenge you, to see who is better at throwing their axe." Against the tree at the end of this way.
A challenge it is. It shall be answered. I have never stepped down from a challenge, nor have I ever lost. And he looks around the clearing, and he sees a tree, and it has a knot hole in it where, sorry, not a hole where it looks like maybe a woodpecker or something has burrowed into the tree. And he says, "Split that hole in half with your axe. I'll give you the first throw. If you fail to do it, I will see it done. And I will prove to you my prowess."
but it cannot be for just laughs and jovials. We must have it for something worthwhile. And she will pull out a small little pouch of carving tools. These are things that she would have used along the trail. Anytime leaving home, she would carve kind of runes and insignias into various items. And these are my childhood tools given to me by or I would say blessed by Bjorn himself. These have been with me across roads, traveled far longer than you have.
I will match your wager. And he takes off a band that's around his head, and it has crow feathers hanging from it. And he says, "This was my grandfather's, and my father's, and now it is mine. This is something that is both a symbol of my office as prince, as well as my prowess in battle. I do not fear to wager this, for I know I shall be victorious. Do you accept this wager?"
I do.
You may throw first.
Okay.
Before the competition starts, Ferumbris would tug on Amelina's shirt and just get their attention. Perhaps say, I on my journeys I have collected some small amount of treasure, you could call it, and I will untie a bag from my pony and hand it to her. Perhaps you could use this to bargain for more. It is not a great amount, but might be worth something.
So you have done some adventuring with me before with Ferumbris. You've got 4 units of treasure. That's like 4 pouches, or like one big sack of gold and silver and gems and jewelry. That's worth quite a bit.
Yes, I am confident in your skill, Emelina. Use this. Perhaps we could bargain for even more from this princeling.
Well, Tuirla says
We could also
we do not travel with money. We have no need. We take what we wish, but well, I could offer something more. Perhaps he looks around. This bow, this fine bow of mine, useful for hunting.
No, we
no.
have no use of that. We have hunters ourselves.
What do you ask then?
And Amelina would like kind of feign, unknowing of what she's really looking for, and kind of scan around, and finally eyes would land on Gladwin. I remember hearing you speak so highly of how she begged you to take her out of the woods. She sounds important to you.
And he takes
Why not put her
step
up?
back. And he kind of looks at his men and looks around. Give me a persuade roll and add a bonus die to that.
Persuade. Oh gosh. I'm going to spend a point of hope. Additionally, I don't think Tall or Stern would help me, but
No.
Could I help by adding in something about
Yes.
how since to him, I mean, he didn't say it out loud, but like she was won by his raid, then like we should be able to win her with our feat of strength.
Ooh, yes. So if you spend a point of hope, I will let Amelina check the help from a companion.
okay. Nice. Okay, so free bonus die, hope, and hope from a companion.
Yep.
So
Let's get
here we
3
go.
extra die on here. Come on. I think you got it. Yes, a great success. Okay, he looks around, and you see he does not want to make this trade, but his men are watching, and he has confidence in his abilities. Very well. The girl, then. I don't know what use she'll be. She eats like a horse and smells like one as well. Fine, the girl and my headband for that bag of treasure and those tools. You may
Okay.
throw first.
All right. Again, I would like to spend a point of
Yep.
hope.
And you can do stern with this one.
You think so? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Inspired. All right.
Come on. Yes, a great success. It hits the woodpecker hole square, and the men all shout, both in almost amazement as well as like, what treachery is this? You know, a woman's luck. You know, and they bid you to go retrieve your axe so that Tuwirlus may show you how it's done. And Tuwirlus, I don't know if this will work. Let me try rolling it for him. I might have to. Okay, I need to choose a target. I'm going to put. Actually, tell you what I'll do. Let me see if I've got this other map here. Yeah, let's go to this map. And let me put some tokens down here. So here's Tuwirlus. And I'll put Emelina down here as well. So Tuwirlus he's going to target you just so he can throw his axe.
I was worried when you said go retrieve your axe. I was like, uh-oh.
Let me put the two of you into combat. Otherwise, it won't let me roll his skill. So,
Oh, got it.
Even though we're not in combat, I can't roll his skill on here unless we are. So let me get it switched over. Okay, now he can go. All right, he will roll his axe. And he likewise gets a great success. And so he lands that blow in the same split that you landed and strikes it in there. And he holds his hands up and walks around holding his hands like, yes, yes, look at that, look what I've done. And his men all begin to cheer. And he says, well, shall we go again with a more difficult target this time?
Your pick?
Very good. Over there, and he points at another tree, even more distant. Throw your axe such that it takes one of those limbs off of the tree. I will go first. And he looks at the distance he has to cover, reads the wind, and throws his axe. Oh, and he gets a failure.
Oh, man.
He fails with an Eye of Sauron result. And his blade hits, but it doesn't hit flush on the branch. It takes a little notch out of the bottom, and the blade scatters into the grass. And he holds out his hands. It's okay, men. It's okay. She will miss this as well. Just watch. All right, you can go ahead and roll your axe skill. If you land this, you will win. If not, he'll have a third contest.
Yeah. You'll see Emelina take a moment, close her eyes, like maybe even go to one knee and put some of the earth in her fingers, standing up, again, similar to Torlas of kind of scouting the arc and wind and things. But yeah, I'm not going to spend any hope. I am confident.
Trust in the dice. And, I think you did it. Yes. You did it.
Nice.
You hit the branch flush. The branch flies off, and your axe continues on and lands in a tree behind it. And for a moment, there are no sounds at all. And the men look at Tuwirlus, and they look at you. And Tuwirlus just turns bright red. And he sprints up to pick up his axe, and he pulls yours out of the tree, and he's studying the blade. What sorcery is this? What is the meaning of this?
It was just a competition, Torlas.
I was
Don't
cheated.
make me.
This is
Don't
wizard's
make
work.
me. Don't make me bring up the fact that I am a woman and you are a man.
He has both axes, one in each hand, and he walks towards you, axes held out to the side in a threatening manner. And he says, "What happened here was Isengard's work, sorcery of Saruman. That's the only explanation. Do you refute this claim? Admit it, you work for the wizard."
Kelbalon.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Kelbalon looks to Torlas and says, "You offer us food. You offered us shelter. And now you threaten us? Is this your way?"
When you say that, he takes a step back. He throws Amelina's axe in the ground and walks over to Gladwyn and cuts her bonds with a blade, and she lets out a little yelp as though he nicked her skin, and she takes a step away, not knowing what to do. Like, has she just been sold to someone else? But she looks at Amelina and sees perhaps a more understanding face, and she walks towards you and wraps you in an embrace around your waist. And Tuerla says, "Ah, she was more a pain and a nuisance than anything else. I'm glad to be rid of her. Perhaps I threw the contest so I wouldn't have to feed her anymore." Just then, you hear a whistle coming from the woods.
One whistle or two?
One whistle. I'm gonna pull.
And that was danger to us or danger to him?
That was
I
danger
forget.
to you.
Okay.
2 whistles was danger to him. And the crows that were crowing, they quickly go silent. Let me have Malvagil give me an awareness roll. Ooh, a Gandalf rune and a 6. Yeah, you hear a crashing sound coming from the woods. It's coming from... it sounds like it's maybe 100 yards off, and it's moving towards you rapidly. It sounds as though like a like a great team of horses or something is charging through the woods. It's something massive, making no attempts to try and be stealthy at all.
Would you allow Kelbalon to, since with this knowledge, to try to position us in such a way that we might be able to ambush this creature?
Yeah, I think you have a little bit of time to do this. If anyone wants to try to hide, it would be a stealth roll. If anyone wants to try to get an advantageous place to ambush, would be a battle roll. So whether you're trying to hide for your own protection, or you want to get in a good spot to potentially ambush this, I'll let you decide. And if you want to just stay there and see what this is, you don't need to make any sort of roll at all.
Do I get any sense, like, of a quick glance at Torlas's face to hearing this sound?
He looks frightened, like he has no idea what this might be.
Okay.
Nice. Kelbalon, you find a spot behind a tree where you think is going to be in the path of this thing. And for Umbris, you find a spot where you can crouch and hide. And Gror, you look around, and you'd rather fight in a narrow passageway than out here in the woods. But Malvagil, you find an elevated position, and from there, you know that if you need to, rain down with a weapon, you may get an advantage on that. In fact, you've got a a spear, you'll get a bonus on your first throw of the spear. So Ferumbris is hidden. Kelbalon and Balvagil are in good position for an ambush. You guys will get bonuses on your attacks. But Amelina and Gror, you are a little bit caught out in the open. Now, Tuwirlus, he shouts out, Dunrock! Come quickly! And Dunrock appears, and he says, Be of good cheer, my prince. Be of good cheer. Allies, I believe, are arriving. And just then, you see a creature burst through the woods. And this thing is large and fearsome. Post a picture. It is not. It's not a bear. It's not a team of horses. This must be some sort of, for lack of a better term, maybe a troll. You've heard stories of massive trolls that dwell out in the wilds and have been known to absolutely demolish travelers. And this looks like a massive troll as it emerges. Now, we're going to get pulled into battle. Let me grab everyone. I'm going to drop us into combat tracker. All right, the way that combat works is the first thing that happens is what's called an opening volley. And so in the opening volley, anyone with a ranged weapon can make an attack first. If you don't have a ranged weapon, you hold off. So Kelbalon, you'll go first. If you have a ranged weapon, you can act. So to do this in Foundry, you'll target the enemy and then click on your weapon, and then it should do the roll. Now, just like with regular skill rolls, you can spend hope, you can use distinctive features, all of those things may come into play here.
Okay, I do not have a ranged weapon, so...
Okay, so you can wait your turn, because after the opening volley, when the beast closes in, then you'll have a chance to attack with a close combat. Malvagil,
Perfect.
how about you?
I guess, like you said, I can throw the spear, but
Yep.
do I have a sense, like, am I going to get the spear back?
Well, maybe. So you may want to wait until you can just go in and thrust it. And if you do, you could thrust as many times as you like. But if you throw it, there's a chance you need to then go retrieve it. So maybe it would be best not to do that. How about Amelina? Unless you want to, if you feel confident with it.
I'm going to hold it for now.
Amelina, you could throw your dagger.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was ranged or not, but I suppose it's small enough.
Yep, you can go ahead and target him.
Cool.
Yep, and then just click on the dagger.
And yeah. Here comes the roll.
Nice, you hit for 2 points of damage. So I will apply that to him. Barely a scratch. The blade embeds itself into his thigh, and it's like you just threw it at a tree, and nothing. It didn't slow him down by any stretch. Let's see. Gror, do you have a ranged weapon?
I do not.
And Ferumbris.
Yes, Ferumbris will pull out his little shire bow and knock an arrow. He's also curious if he thinks that firing an arrow would give away his little hidden position.
It's possible. Whether he's going to go for such a small target or those that are carrying spears and bigger things, he may be more concerned with that. Depends on if you get a piercing blow and wound him, he may go right for you.
Yes, Ferumbris is also curious to Twirless and Dunrock. Do they seem afraid now that they've actually seen this beast, or are they fleeing? What are they doing?
Twirless looks frightened. He has a blade drawn. And Dunrock, he stands back. He looks at peace. He looks comfortable. He doesn't have he does have a weapon out, but he's not holding it in a threatening posture or anything. Just holding this blade.
Well, despite this, Ferumbris will still loose an arrow at this beast that's just emerged from the forest.
Okay. Nice. So you can make that a piercing blow. Yeah. So this is how you take stuff down quickly. So he needs to make a protection roll. So this is where your armor in this game comes into play. He will roll against his armor. He has to beat the injury rating of your weapon, which is 14. So I'm going to roll for his armor. And he is wounded. Okay, here we go. So he takes a wound. He also takes 7 damage. So where do you hit him, Ferumbras?
I think I was aiming for one of the eyes. I figure if he can't see me, he hopefully won't be able to find me.
Yeah, so you get him in an eye. So a wound is a big deal because one more wound and this guy's dead. So yeah, this may go quickly. We're going to go now to close combat. So now you can choose your combat stance. In Foundry, if you right-click your token, you'll see icons on the left-hand side. The 2 crossed swords means forward stance. You're pushing the offense. You'll actually get a bonus to your attack, but you will lose a die. You'll take a penalty die on your defense when something attacks you. Like if you have to make a protection roll or something. The axe that has it's kind of swooping through the air is an open stance. That's no bonus, no penalty. The shield is a defensive stance. You're focused more on defense. You lose a point on your attack, but your defense is better. Or the bow is a ranged attack. We need to have at least somebody in a close combat stance before someone else can be in a ranged attack. So I've got Gror in a forward stance, Malvagil in open. Does Amelina or Ferumbras or Kelbalon, do you want to go to a close combat stance or stay back?
Kelbalon I'll go into a forward stance.
Okay. So
Yep, same for Amelina.
Perfect. And then Ferumbras, you're going to stay back with your bow?
Yes, if I can, I'd like to make sure that it has a hard time spotting me in the bushes.
Yeah. All right, Kelbalon, you're first.
Excellent. So Kelbalon, seeing the strike,
I'm going to move this thing
He's gonna-
as it charges.
he's going to unsheath his blade, his elvish blade, and we're gonna take a whack here with a 2-hander. So you just click the blade. Okay, cool. Up. Okay. And I have it already does it for me. Look at that. That's what you're talking about.
Yep.
Sweet.
Awesome. So great success. Now on your feet die, you got a 6. So you can't make that a piercing blow, but you can make it a heavy blow. That'll do additional damage. You wouldn't be able to do enough to make that a 10 or higher.
Okay, and then I just click. I don't have to press anything. I just do submit, and then it should do it automatically. Okay.
Yep. Perfect. So 11 damage to the beast. Great cut into its tough hide. Malvagil, you're up next.
I'm still standing on my little hill, the high ground or whatnot.
Yep. So you get a
And
bonus
the beast
die
is
on
coming
this. Yep.
coming towards me, and I'm going to use the spear 2-handed to make a jab at it.
Okay. Ooh, with an Eye of Sauron. But that is still a great success. You still had enough. You can't make that a piercing blow, but you can make it a heavy blow. Yeah, 15 damage.
Okay.
Nice. And Amelina.
Okay. I was looking at the combat stances,
Yes.
and I would like to try to do the intimidate foe combat task.
Yeah, let me take us to our combat stance. I'll just show everybody where this is. So in combat, you can make an attack, or if you're in the forward stance, you can do intimidate foe. You make an awe roll. If you pass, any might 1 foe will be weary for the remainder of the round. If you get a 6, that'll do might 2 foes. Now, this thing has survived 1 wound already, so he's at least might 2. So you would need to get a success plus a 6 in order to succeed on that.
Okay. So yep, I'm gonna do an awe. I'm gonna spend hope, and can I get one for? I'm thinking either tall or stern.
Yeah, I think stern for sure.
Yep. All right. Cool. So I'm inspired. See what happens.
Oh, 2 6s. Okay, you can make that a piercing blow. Oh, let's see. Was that with an axe?
Well, it was just the combat task. So just the
Right. Sorry, the intimidate foe. Yes,
the intimidate foe. Yeah.
So that will be all foes. So he will be weary for the remainder of this round. How do you
Okay.
intimidate him?
I would I think again just like start pounding on my fur, like my fur cloak, and shouting like trying to like look like a bear,
Ooh.
as large as possible, which I'm not entirely sure how that would intimidate a troll, but I'll go with it.
You hear a loud roar from the woods behind you. You know that Seppa is back there, has changed into bear form. And that roar combined with what you do, you notice that the troll takes a step back from you. Gror, you are up.
All right, I'm going to charge at him with my axe and swing it at him and go for the memory of Thorin Oakenshield.
Oh, nice. Wow. Okay. He needs to make a protection roll. And he is weary for this. So if he rolls a 1, 2, or 3 on the 6-sided die, that will count as a 0. Okay, he's wounded. Wow. Okay.
Ouch.
Gror, how do you do it? How do you take it out?
So I come at him. I'm leaping towards him as high as I can, and I guess I will make it as high as his chest and cleave him right in the chest.
Oh, your axe buries deep into his sternum, and he takes a step back. He was not expecting this. I think he expected all of you to run and flee. And he staggers around, walking in a circle for a moment, and he turns and looks over at Dunrock and then falls forward onto the ground and rolls slightly down the hill, the hillside there, his body just sloughing down into the ground. And Tuwirlis goes over and stabs him with a sword and says, "For Crow Hall!" as he sticks this foe. And then he tells his men, "You saw it! I killed it! I killed the beast!" And his men all let up a great cheer. And Dunrock has a look of confusion and maybe shock on his face. I didn't think you guys had beat that thing so quickly. Holy smokes, that was fast.
That his second protection roll was particularly poor.
Yeah, he had to beat an 18 and he rolled like a 1, plus he was weary. So just that combination, like excellent teamwork there. With the beast dead, Tuwirlis says, "Let us go tell my father that Crow Hall has been saved. You all saw that I did it. I delivered the killing blow. Right?" And he looks at each of you.
Well, I'm afraid I had my head turned. I did see Gror inflict a mighty blow, but then I looked behind me. I heard an interesting bird call.
It was but a scratch. You saw I felled the beast when it stumbled when it saw me approach, and I stabbed it through the neck, and that was the end of it. Come, let us tell my father.
He looks to Dunrock and says, "No, but you killed the ally of Dunrock. Did you not hear him?"
Dunrock, what is the meaning of this? And he looks sidelong at everyone here and says, I misspoke. I thought it was warriors from Crow Hall coming. I know not what this thing was. It's foul and stinking. Let us be rid of it."
And Gror's going to remove his axe from the chest of this thing and just try and intimidate Dunrock and be like, "Confess."
Ooh, give me an awe roll. And add a bonus die as you point your bloody axe at Dunrock. Ooh, got it. A great success. he says, I believe this was the beast that has preyed upon Crow Hall. Surely this is the thing that has taken our animals and some of our people. But now that it is gone, we will know peace. Again, my sister will be most relieved. Let us make haste back to Crow Hall. The journey is long, but we will arrive in the middle of the night. The king must be awoken and be told this joyous news.
When on the way back, Calebulon is going to be like white on rice on Dunrock, like watching him, making sure that he doesn't do anything shifty.
He frequently is mumbling, mumbling to himself, and you see him wringing his hands a few times, like he did not expect this to happen, and what will this mean for Crow Hall, and every now and then he'll smile. Yes, this is a good thing. Yes, very good, very good. Gorsad, he is old. He hasn't too many years left. Tawirlus, this is good. This is good. Yes, the people will continue to follow you. But all the while, it's like he's trying to convince himself of how he can spin this. You get back to Crow Hall. Well, actually, and while you're traveling back to Crow Hall, Amalita, every now and then you hear the deep panting of a bear in the woods, just out of sight. You know that it is still following after. And you've got Gleadwin by your side, and you think that may be the only thing that has kept Seppa from attacking now that you have Gleadwin. When you get back to Crow Hall, there will be another council. So this should resolve the issues here. This is how we will make everything kind of come to a head. You have a couple of demands that you could make of Gorsad. So the demands that you could make, you could ask that someone is sent to Isengard. Maybe not Tawirlus, maybe Vila, maybe Tawirlus, if you think one of Gorsad's children should go there. The other thing is to accuse Dunwalla, Dunrock, Tawirlus, any of those, of any sort of misdeed and convincing Gorsad of their guilt. You'll need some sort of proof, or the difficulty of this will be difficult. Now, if you're making 2 of these demands, that's a reasonable request. If you want to make if you don't have any proof of misdeeds, that will be an outrageous request, much more difficult. You can also just choose to tell Gorsad, whatever you like. Oh yeah, Tawirlus, he took care of it. He'll be a good leader. What do you choose to do for this council with Gorsad?
I mean, I know Amalina has no interest in backing Torless, but
Yeah, same. Would you want to send, if we had to send someone, would you send Vila or Torless down to Isengard?
Who is most likely to be receptive to Saruman? And who would be the best benefit for the people here?
Like, my vote would be Vila. Only because if I send Torless there, if we send them, then it would be like, all right, get out of the way. Maybe you get something, but might be wasted on him, in my opinion.
I also think it would be good if we were to try and get rid of Dunrock and Dunwalla. They are no good for this people, and well, perhaps we could tell the king about how Dunrock had supposedly been stealing his medicine, although perhaps we shouldn't mention how we got a hold of it. We could leave that part out.
That would be proof. If you can point out the medicine, that would be proof that it's been kept there, and that you would have to admit to either knowing it's there or taking it, because they might say, "Well, go and search the chest," and these are empty, my lord. So you may have to confess that for Umbris, and that may put you in a little hot water, but it depends on Gorsad's mood. Depends on how this council goes. What about Seppa? Do you want to tell him about Seppa? They don't seem to know about Seppa.
So out of character, the thought there is that we believe that Gorsad thinks that Seppa was the beast, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Like if you tell him, "Oh, there's been a Bjorning here, and he saw your son do this, and he can turn into a bear," he'll probably assume, "Oh, that was the beast."
Right.
So Seppa's not been spotted or accused. You could leave him out of this, or you can try to exonerate him, even though he's not really been found guilty of anything as of yet. But that may be brought up by Tawirlus or Dunrock or Dunwalla. They may know about Seppa, and they may say something.
I mean, Seppa's also a witness to all this.
Right.
So
it may be proof as well if you get Seppa to come and speak. To Gorsad.
I feel like this is one of those situations where no matter what we choose, there's going to be like good and bad outcomes to it.
So it kind of depends on how the council goes. So if you get all the successes, this will go exactly the way you want it to go. If you don't, there'll be success with woe. So there will be some successes, but there may be some things that need to be answered for as well. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I know when I did this in the campaign, I think we used some magical successes to make sure we got it, and it took every last bit of it that we could muster.
I think we want to first and foremost probably. I think it sounds like we want to make sure that Dunrock and Dunwalla are exposed, right? I think we all agree on that.
Yep.
Second demand would be that we want to send Vila down to Isengard to be stewarded and learned by Saruman.
Yep. And then the last thing is, do you want to bring Seppa in, risk issues there, but that may help you? Do you want to try and get him exonerated? Or just Vila to Isengard and accuse Dunrock and Dunwalla of misdeeds?
I mean, I think obviously Emelina would like Seppa to be exonerated.
Yep.
But that's on like a personal level.
Gorsad seems to be a man of honor. Perhaps we could tell him of the injustice that was done to the farmer, Sigulf, and his family, and also to our Bjorning friend, and that way we might be able to get justice for him and for Sigulf.
The only issue with that is, would the Dunlendings see raiding a farm as an injustice? I think the only injustice was taking Gleadwin. I don't think Dunrock or Gorsad would really care. Oh, we raided a farm and took some sheep. We were hungry. That's the way we live. I don't think that would bother him, but maybe the kidnapping, the taking of Gleadwin, maybe that would be the issue there. You got to remember, these are different people from civilized folk.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make this a bold request. So we need someone to do the introduction. Who wants to, as we arrive at Crow Hall, to demand this audience with Gorsad to tell him exactly what is going on? So this is an awe, a courtesy, or a riddle. The success on this determines how many chances we get to get our successes.
Do we want a magical success?
Right.
Maybe give ourselves the max.
At least 4 chances.
Yeah, I can open it up. I'll open it up with some awe, and I will friggin' Aragorn style bust open the doors here
Nice.
with the gang,
Yeah, you
with
run
the
ahead of
squad.
Dunrock and Tweerless and bust the doors open.
Yeah, because I know Twirless would love to take credit for that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and I say, my lord, we request an audience to expose your most trusted advisors and counselors. And as Calbalon says that, his voice begins to boom, and you see the party almost like grow a little bit in stature, and you just see these like beings of old that were magnificent and mighty.
Awesome. Okay, that is a success. That is, we get four attempts. We need 6 successes. So as you do that, Gorsod holds up his hands. Let them speak. Let them speak. All right. We need people to do the interaction. You can do any skill that we can fit in here. Now, because we have healed Gorsod, he is friendly towards us. So these will get a bonus die of 1. And if you can make a good argument, I may even give you an extra bonus on that. And you can always spend hope. If you have items that help, all of that will come into play here. So as you make your requests, first is maybe sending Vila to Isengard. How do you approach him with this?
Ferumbrus could use his knowledge of lore, perhaps what he's learned from Saruman, to make this argument.
Okay. What is your argument?
Well, good king, we have been charged by Saruman to determine which of your children would prove to be a good heir and to be steward by the wise white wizard himself. And we think that your daughter Vila would prove to be the better heir. They seem to be more honorable and show more character than your son, who we have now encountered as we went in search of him and his band of warriors. Certainly, Saruman would likely agree with this ruling, and I would beseech you to consider this yourself as the wise option, O great king.
Add an extra bonus die. So you get 2 bonus die on this. And he gives you a curious look, like he likes what you said about Vila, because he spent time at Isengard, but it seems like you're making an accusation about Tweerless. But he's listening. Oh, Gandalf rune and a success. So that is 2 successes.
And I suppose what I was trying to do with lore is just to recall that he too spent time with Saruman, and that proved to make him a good ruler. And I think that likely his daughter would make a better ruler, as she is more worthy, I suppose, of the counsel of Saruman.
Yeah, and he says, my time there as a youth was well spent. I was taught much in the history of these lands, in the ways of the different folk, of language and maps, and how to express myself using words rather than actions. I think this would be a wise thing for Vila to do. I am open to this, but what is this of Tweerless? What has happened? Why have you come so quickly? And who's next?
Sorry. I was just going to say, as you know, that I just wanted to further my point. Saruman would not value battle prowess. Your son Tweerless certainly shows prowess in battle, but he would rather seek a successor, an heir to your throne, who is more wise of mind.
Tweerless is impetuous. He is hot-headed, quick to anger. These are not good signs of leadership. I agree with you on that. You may be small, but you are wise. Where is my son? And you can hear shouting down below as Tweerless and Dunrock and the other men are approaching. Does someone want to make an argument here before Tweerless arrives? Do we want to lay some more accusations about them? Do we present the proof that the healing potions or the medicine has been taken?
I would probably above table. I would probably use this moment to say search Dunrock's room, essentially. But if we don't want to out ourselves like that, again, I won't say anything.
If you want to do that, that could be either a persuade or a riddle roll. If you're not coming out and saying expressly our halfling walked in there, swapped it out, that's why your leg feels better, you could just say, search his room. There's a chest at the foot of his bed. See what you might find in
Yeah.
there. That
I
would
may
be a-
say, sorry, what was that?
I was going to say that would be a riddle roll.
A riddle? Okay. I might not because I am bad at riddles. So I will keep my mouth shut.
You will get a bonus die for that if you want to try, but we only have 3 more attempts and we need 4 more successes.
I will stay myself.
Anyone else? Let me ask Amelina. What would you bring to this council? Do you want to try to vouch for Seppa?
Yes. She was kind of biding her time for the SEPA argument. I didn't know where we wanted to slot that in.
Yeah, do you want to do that now, or do you want someone to make an accusation about the raid? Because that's probably where you bring in Seppa is, your son, those sheep he brought you, that came from, Sigel's farm, and he did this. You could do that now, or you could more openly accuse Tawirless. You could wait for him to arrive. He'll be here within seconds.
Yeah. And SEPA's obviously not with us.
Right.
SEPA's still up in the hills, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I kind of would want to cast a quick glance back to the company. If this is something that we wanted to do. I mean, like I said, I'm invested in keeping SEPA's name, out of the mud.
Mm-hmm.
But past that,
I could help by providing insight into giving the story of a bunch of innocents murdered that we found along the road.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So you could talk about Sigel's farm and what you found, and his sheep were taken, and you could lead into, I believe your son was responsible for this raid, and then do you bring up Gladwin, and he took a girl, and there's a reason we know this, and we actually have the girl now, and then Gladwin would be with Amelina.
Okay, and I could connect it with. I would present it as it went far past a raid for necessary goods to the hard life out here. This went past that.
So because of specifically what you mentioned, because of the hard life, and it went beyond what was necessary, because he'll understand that. If you just say, oh, they raided a farm, he's like, so what? We do that all the time. But because they have boundaries as well, and they know some things are off limits, and killing and stealing is not necessarily off limits, but children that's not good. So if you want to make an insight roll, you'll get a bonus because he's friendly towards us, and add 2 dice because of the way you're bringing up that misdeed by Tawirless. And that's something that he cannot abide.
And I'm going to spend a hope point in hoping that my how fiercely I describe all of this.
Yep, absolutely.
Will inspire him.
Absolutely, become inspired. Oh, it's a lot of dice. Oh, okay, that's 3 successes. because we have Gladwin, that's the proof. And he asks her, says, "Child, speak. Where do you hail from?" And she tells the story of being at the farm with her father, mother, and grandmother, of Tuwirlus and his company coming down and asking Sigulf if they could buy some sheep. And as Sigulf went into the house, or turned to go into the house, Tuwirlus struck him in the back with an axe, and then the men fell upon the rest of the household. And Tuwirlus specifically told them to spare the young girl, and he took her and led her away. And all the while she looked up into the hills for help to come, but none did. And Gorsad has a look of just absolute anger on his face. This is shame that has been brought onto his household. This is nothing like a king with gout that can't go out to fight battles. This is, my son is a monster, and he's done things that may be unforgivable. But he does say, "My son will answer for this. I will hear his words." And almost as if on cue, Tuwirlus and Dunrock burst into the room. And they say, "Gorsad, be at peace. The beast is slain. I have taken its life with my sword." And everyone kind of looks around, and there's not cheering like Tuwirlus would expect. Everyone's looking like, dude, this guy's a scumbag. And Gorsad raises his hand and says, "My son, tell me what happened when you raided the farm to the south." And he gives the same boastful story that he gave you all when you went to his camp in the woods, about how it was a great battle, and the girl basically threw herself at Tuwirlus and begged to be his bride, and the people look around uncomfortably, like they know this this is a lie, and he's been caught in this. And Gorsad he's grinding his teeth. He's so angry. Which of you will speak up next? We get 2 more attempts. We need 1 more success. Is there any last little bit of proof or any last argument that can be made? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I think I would just speak on the fact that Torless had previously professed to scaring away the beast, but that we had, and that that now that the beast is slain, it cannot possibly be the shepherd.
So this is when you bring up Seppa.
Yes.
Okay. What skill do you want to roll for that?
I mean, all would be my best one, but I think I would be delivering this. I mean, Emelina has seen one of her kinfolk be kind of maligned in this village or town, and that from the beginning that has not sat well with her.
Do you bring up your contest with Tuwirlus? About how you bested him at axes?
I mean, I don't know what that gains me, other than just
humiliate him.
Yeah, other than just humiliating him in front of his father. I mean, we've already gotten his father to agree to send Vila, correct?
Right.
I mean, kicking him while he's
I'm all about kicking Twirless while he's down. That's just me as a person, and I don't know if that's right or wrong, but that's just where I'm at. So I'm all about it, but I understand where you're coming from too. I totally get it.
Can we tie his poor character being connected to having poor advisors in Dunwalla?
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
In fact, where is
like these are the
Dunwalla?
people raising your son?
She's not here. Where is Dunwall?
I mean, yes, you know, if I heard like a whisper from behind about, you know, kicking Torless while he's down, like I think I would bring up the fact of, you know, prior to the us slaying the beast, your son was even bested in a simple axe throwing contest.
And mouths drop open like, what? Who bested him? Who is this bold warrior?
And I would, you know, I'd look probably to our entire company and say it could have been any of us.
And Gorsad looks at each one of you and says, Tawirless, is this true? He says, true, I was not bested. Not by any stretch. They lie, Father. They lie. What is your proof?
This wasn't spoken, but I assume I would have grabbed his headband piece,
Yep.
Headband of crow feathers.
Oh, that's what I was waiting for. Perfect.
Yeah. So I would pull that out to showcase as my trophy.
Give me an awe roll, and you can add 1 dice because he's friendly towards us, and add 2 dice for having his symbol of princedom, of office, as well as the story that you told.
Okay. Just for S's and G's, I'm gonna add a hope.
And you can use Stern for this.
Okay, and I'll tap into Stern, and this is gonna be a lot. Oh, good Lord!
Still got it. Even with an Eye of Sauron, so that raises the eye awareness, but I don't think that's going to come into play. But we get 3 successes. Okay, that will end the council. So we have a success. Gorsad raises his hands and says, enough! The wisdom of Isengard has proven to be better than strength of arms. My daughter shall return with you to Saruman, where she will be tutored, as I was, to be a good leader of this people. Your shepherd is found blameless before me, and shall go free. There shall be no repercussion against the shepherd. Dunwalla, Dunrock, Tawirless, your shame knows no bounds. Dunrock, where is your sister? And he looks down at the ground and says, I know not, my lord. I fear the beast has killed her. Dunrock, I banish you from this hall. Should your sister arrive, she will be banished as well. Go and scratch out a life in the dirt. If you set foot in these lands again, you will be slain as a traitor. My son, Tawirless, you will be my cup-bearer until you prove yourself worthy to take my place. And if you do not, know that Vila will rule this hall justly, as you certainly would not. Go then, my friends, back to Isengard. Tell Saruman I appreciate his concerns and his aid. Tell him Crow Hall is safe. And we look forward to many meetings with that man of skill. May my daughter learn only a portion of what I did, and she will be better for it. But she is better than me. She is the best of us. Surely. And with that, Dunrock is led out through the palisade and banished. Tawirless is shamed and humbled and the men of Crow Hall began to rally around their chief. When you arrive back to Saruman, you're received briefly. The White Wizard is busy, but he assures you that he has been thoroughly informed of your deeds. He praises you for your results. And he says, regarding Tweerless, regretful, but perhaps inevitable, is his only comment. And that is the end of the adventure. Now, before we left Crow Hall, as a reward for what we did, Gorsod would present us with riches. These are spoils that have been taken from other folk, but he presents them to us. And this will come in the form of a lesser hoard of treasure. Now, the One Ring isn't a game where you keep track of money. You don't spend money to buy stuff. You get it. But treasure, it can be useful if you raise an heir, but mostly you're hoping for magical items and things like that. So let me have Ferumbrus. Let me have you roll one 6-sided die for me. This is how much treasure we are given. Much of this comes from Dunrock's chest. So we find 5 units of treasure. We will each get 1. And then roll the 12-sided die for me twice. Do /R space 2DF. If we get a Gandalf rune or an Eye of Sauron, we find something magical. Nope, we do not find something magical, just money. So I'm going to go ahead and dole out experience points as well as treasure. So everybody, for participating in the session, you get 3 skill points and 3 adventure points. These can be used during a certain phase of the game called the Fellowship phase, where you can raise skills, gain new virtues, new rewards, things like that. So let me apply those to everyone. Just for fun, I'll kind of show you how many points it costs to raise stuff up. Let's see, where's my page? Right here. So you can spend skill points you raise your skills with. Adventure points you raise either your valor or wisdom, which didn't come into play today. That gets you rewards and virtue, or to raise your combat skills. So you would need at least 4 skill or adventure points to gain 1 level in a skill that you have no levels in, 8 points to go from 1 to 2, etc. So you kind of amass these, and that's how you improve, is by getting better at your skills or gaining new virtues and rewards and things like that. So that is the Beast of Dunland. This went very different from what I was expecting, very different from the last time I ran it. You guys absolutely annihilated that beast. Didn't even get to attack once. I was kind of disappointed, but sometimes that's the way it goes. You know, thing charges in, and secretly, that might have been Dunwalla. I'll let you guys decide.
Ooh.
Oh,
That
interesting.
may be why Dunrock was so upset when that happened. For those, I think one of us has never played this before. What did you think of the One Ring?
I really enjoyed it. I wasn't expecting, because I feel like with Dungeons and Dragons, it's a lot of the combat centric stuff.
Right.
But I was having a blast with just the talking, the getting around things, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a really good system.
Yeah, combat is a really small part of this game.
Yeah.
In fact, so in the campaign that I'm running last night, all we did in 3 hours, we did a journey. And it took us, the 3 hours just to get from point A to point B, and we had a couple of things along the journey. Maybe we meet someone. We did have a battle. I think we had 2 battles, but that was it. It's fun just doing the journey, like what's going to happen,
Yeah.
where do we end up. I love the mini games. I love the council and the skill endeavors, and it's awesome because a lot of people are like, oh, this is like really tight. Like, I don't want to be the one that screws this up. And so it's like a lot of people are like, I don't want to roll because I'm not good at this. But it's fun because it really pushes you to dig into your character.
Absolutely.
One thing I will do, I save all these characters. So if you ever play with me again, you keep the skill points and adventure points. You keep whatever, treasure, gear, things like that. Like Ferumbrus, this is your second adventure with Ferumbrus. Yeah, you've got six skill
second
points and
adventure.
6 adventure points. And last time I think we found like a greater hoard, and so there was. In fact, you even found a magic item, but you gave it to somebody else. And what the magic items do, you know how you've got like your equipment. If you use like your bird feed, you've got an extra bonus die. With the magic items, you get 2 die, and you can also spend a point of hope to get a magical success. And so it lets anyone, not just the elf, get the magical success.
Oh, nice.
Sometimes there's like a named weapon or famous piece of armor that you get, and that gives you additional rewards to that, additional bonuses to the weapon. So some really cool stuff.
One thing to add is with the campaign, it's definitely a lot more challenging but rewarding when you succeed because your skill target is higher than it is for the one-shots.
Yep, so on this one, your target number is going to be 2 points higher. So it's a little more difficult to succeed, but because of the nature of the campaign, you are improving, you're getting more points in skills, and so eventually it catches up. But it's fun in a one-shot to like actually succeed once in a while versus, you know, sometimes you'll fail. Like I had one guy failed almost all of his rolls last night, but he still had a blast because it's still, you fail forward, you know.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed is there was a lot more success in the one-shots than in the campaign adventure.
Absolutely. What did you guys think of the adventure? Did you... I did it pretty close to how it's written in the book. When I ran it in the campaign, I totally changed the final monster. It was a barrow wight instead of the Beast of Dunland. And Seppa in the book is not a Beorning. He's just a shepherd. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to totally make it a Beorning and just add that. So then people think, oh, he's the Beast of Dunland. And then you think, well, maybe the Beast of Dunland is Dunrock or Dunwalla, or, oh, there's actually a beast. So it's kind of fun trying to figure out what is the Beast of Dunland. But what did you guys think? Did you enjoy the adventure?
I enjoyed it. I'm glad I own a physical copy of this book.
Yeah, right? So yeah, now
I
go
can-
through and read the adventure and you'll see some of the stuff that we kept true and some that I deviated a little bit. Like usually you find Seppa after you've gone to Crow Hall, but you guys got like an extraordinary success tracking Seppa. I'm like, all right, you find him early. Let's do it. I also took out an NPC encounter that you have, but that more plays into the campaign. But yeah, it was fun. I will stop the recording now. I'm going to get that posted tonight. I'll post the link in Discord. For those of you that have played with me before, thanks for coming back. And for those that it was your first time, you're welcome to stick around the Discord. When I run new games, and I run a lot of games, I'll post them in the Discord, and they fill up really fast. So if there's something that you're interested in, let me know. Like specifically the One Ring, let me know, and I'll try to, you know, hey, I'm going to post something, you know, let me know if you're interested, kind of thing, versus, you know, you don't check it and you miss out on games. So I try to, you know, people that want to play certain things, I try to make that available. But if you don't stick around, thanks for coming for tonight. I had a blast playing with all of you, and hopefully we get a chance to do this again sometime.